or probably it's related to the Fed's response to COVID?
I've never thought about it like that.
Yeah, these are things that aren't even related to the president. I mean, if we actually want to talk about things the Fed did, the Fed opened up a bunch of different emergency lending facilities. They engaged in quantitative easing to unprecedented levels that we haven't seen, right, across other types of situations. When itself, COVID wasn't necessarily that bad. It was just that we stepped away from going to work. We just needed to sustain people so that they could live, get their basic needs, and then they would just go back to work and everything would sustain itself. Right? But
I agree with you on
insane
that.
liquidity into the market. Right? It's like an overcorrection. That doesn't even relate to Biden. That's specifically like the Fed.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let somebody else pop up in here.
Peace.
You have a good one.
All right, everyone. We have 3 guest requests, everyone. This is absolutely wild. The wheezing, everyone. The wheezing. Stop. We're gonna try to get to the next person. We're gonna try, everyone. We'll try to keep it going today, everyone. We'll try to keep it going today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Not that I do, but I'd rather him than, anyone else.
Okay. Why so?
Because, he's honest, so you know what he's thinking, you know what he's going to do. And he doesn't make, false promise, he's going to forgive student loan and doesn't.
Mexico's going to pay for it?
No, student loans.
Mexico's going to pay for it?
No.
No? I agree. They didn't pay for it. He's going to bring back jobs to America?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So Trump didn't do either of those things that he said he was going to do. He said he was going to do those things, and he didn't. He said he was going to build the wall and make Mexico pay for it. He didn't build the whole wall, and he didn't get Mexico to pay for it. He said he was going to bring back jobs to America, right? More jobs were outsourced under his administration than actually brought back.
Well, yeah, I guess he's, you're right.
So why do you support Trump then over Biden?
I don't know. Biden said he's going to forgive student loans. He didn't.
Okay.
Why would you make a promise like that and then...
I think every politician makes a promise that they don't fulfill.
Yeah, that's true. But
Trump, I just named multiple that Trump did, right?
You did, you're right. But, it's just preference, I guess.
Okay. Wait, no, it's not. Well, I mean, I would ask you, why is your preference that way?
I mean, the guy was saying earlier, the cost of living has gone up. Rent is so high,
Yeah, but how do you associate that specifically to be Biden's fault? It would be better if Trump was in office.
I think so. It
Why
would
so?
be. I mean, I assume so, to be honest. That's just my opinion.
But we don't have any reason to believe that.
Yeah, that's about it, honestly.
This seems akin to me saying I like the Denver Broncos. I think the Broncos are gonna win. They're gonna beat every other team, and they're gonna come back and they're gonna be in the playoffs.
Yeah, no, because look at the times, the difference from when he was in compared to when Biden's in. So look at the difference.
Yeah. So, but again, we have to know that this difference is caused by Trump or caused by Biden, because it is the case that it was getting bad by the time that Trump was already in office anyway. As is the case that we could relate to particular macro indicators like unemployment to show that it was not doing well.
Yeah, I just think overall.
Right? But that was temporary, right? The same way we could relate to this being temporary in relation to global economic trends.
I know, yeah. Student loans were not forgiven. Somebody's saying it was forgiven. It wasn't It was, but you have to make 120 payments first.
Oh, so it wasn't, but it was.
So it was, honestly, like,
So it was. Okay.
yeah, but you have to make
That's
payment
wild.
first. It was my mistake. I forgot. I saw someone said in the comments. Yeah. Well, it was, thankfully, but it's just that you have to pay first. You know? You have to make 120 payments. So I'm gonna just take that back.
Yeah. So I think that it actually, like, I heard, this is me, and this is what I also saw in the comments. I heard that it was like literally like said like, we're gonna like not do this quite yet, right? You don't have to pay it right now. You can pay it later. I didn't know that there was anything that they would quite took off yet. I just remember that being blocked and not going through. So that would be my thoughts. But if you already believe that it went through, if that's what you're already saying, well, then you kind of just debunked your original point, right?
Right. So I think they blocked it, like the Supreme Court, they said they blocked it.
I don't know if it was the Supreme Court. I think it was Republicans in Congress, but
Oh, maybe it's them. Yeah, but they blocked it. The only reason why I said it was forgiven for persons who applied for PSLF, those were the ones that it was forgiven for. Like persons who work for like nonprofit organizations, those are the ones that it was forgiven for. Or let's say teachers, I believe, and let's say, different circumstances, but otherwise it wasn't forgiven.
okay. So like, let's think about this. So it not being forgiven in the particular way you'd want, is that akin to Trump saying that he won the election, right, years after? Do you think he won?
No.
No? So you think he's lying when he's saying that he won the election and that there's sufficient evidence to indicate that it was stolen? So then, like, how is that not something that we'd take into account? I don't know. I think that kind of like, I don't mean to be like, I don't use a pun, but like that kind of trumps it, right? Anything that you just related to with Biden.
I'm sorry?
Doesn't that kind of trump anything you just said relating to Biden when it relates to student loan debt? Like, he literally came at the very basis of our democratic institutions and is saying that, like, he got defrauded, right? The election was stolen from him.
Yeah, that's what he tried to do. He tried to get everyone on his side by, like persuading them, hey, I'm going to forgive your student loans. And then he doesn't. So it's like a letdown.
Have you paid attention to politics before?
No, I'm not.
So this is something that happens with every politician. They all make claims that they don't fulfill. I think what we're doing when we're relating to politicians, we're saying which one's going to be the least bad.
Right.
So
yeah,
I'm not saying Biden's perfect. I don't like Biden and myself. I would really rather not have to vote for him. But the idea is that like he's better than Trump, and like it's a fact of the matter that it's going to be one or the other. Right?
Okay. Before I leave, can I ask you why you say so? Why you think so?
Why I think that Biden's better?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be closer in terms of ideology, in terms of things like universal health care, access to college, like free public universities, like college tuition, stuff like that. That stuff would be relevant to me, federal judges, stuff like that. Those are all like political sort of notions. But when we're talking about the very basis of our democracy, right, I think it's very, very clear that what Trump did was anti-democratic. And I think that like that one point in of itself, regardless of your political affiliation, should get you to reject Trump. Like right there. Right. I don't even think that the conversation would need to go past anything else other than the fact that he's been lying about the election for the past few years. This is unprecedented behavior. That we should not say that this is acceptable in political office or like even engaging for any notion of power. This is demonstrable. Right?
Yeah, you're right.
So like, and we need to treat it that way.
Yeah, now that I think of it, yeah, you're right. Okay, keep doing what you're doing. I like your lives. I watch it a lot, so keep up. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, we're near the next person. Everyone, tap that screen. I know TikTok's not sending out, and it's being really weird today. It's being really weird today with that type of stuff because we only have like three guests right now. We're gonna go into the next people and we're gonna try to continue. But if y'all do want to help out, tap that screen and share the live. It might be able to help out. It might be able to get us out of this like little weird thing and get us some guests and whatnot. So we'll try. We'll continue to keep going, everyone. Do appreciate everyone who is here supporting everyone. It's actually really appreciated. I still can't get any gifts. It's not letting me get any. So if you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41 and a half.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I have before, and I still kind of do. Just according to when you put them against other people, yes, I do. Do I support the man? No.
Would you vote for him over Biden?
Yes.
Why so?
So with my life experience, I know that's to each their own. I did better financially under Trump than I am doing with Biden. And I can see it with the trucking industry with it. And of course that goes with any other numbers that you come up with, because it's not all just for the president. You go with all the other factors with it, the world economy and all that kind of stuff with it. And it's,
yeah, but the way we evaluate it can't just be off of the fact that it was better then than it is now. Therefore, right, it has to be something about who's in office now, right? Which is not necessarily true, right? This would be what's called a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. Like, for example, in the summertime, there's an increased amount of consumption of ice cream, and there's also an increased rate of violent crime. Does that mean that the increased rate of ice cream consumption causes the increase in the rate of violent crime?
No.
No, also, if we want to relate to Trump's presidency, there was 14.7% unemployment during Trump's presidency. Was that specifically caused by Trump? No, so just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. So how do we know specifically that Biden caused the particular economic conditions that exist in America? Kate, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Matthew, as well. I appreciate it.
Correct. But I do agree, Matthew. Agree with that. Yeah, it just,
Hey, are you driving? Are you driving?
Feelings and you go by.
Wait, yeah, he's driving, Chad. He's driving. I already know he's driving. Damn. Yo, Carl, I appreciate the cash out. Thank you very much, Carl. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
May 26, 2005.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I think I do. It's kind of complicated because I have mixed political views. I have a lot of left thinking views, and some views I have are right thinking. But I don't think Trump is as bad as what people put him out to be, And I know I don't support what he thinks about women. I've never supported what he thinks about that, but I feel like when we were under his, when we were with him as a president, he was more or less, we were in a better position in America than where we were right now, and with Biden.
Did you hear what I just said to the last person?
I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So just because two variables are associated, all right, that doesn't mean that one caused the other. Right, yeah. So just because it is the case that currently things are worse off, that doesn't necessarily mean it's caused by Biden. Could you indicate to me any reason as to why it's caused by Biden?
Mostly I can say is the raise in taxes and the raise in inflation, everything that's going on right now. I feel like it's
raising taxes would lessen inflation.
Okay. I think I see what you're saying. I might be a little misinformed here, so I'm going to let you go ahead and go on, but thank you so much for having me up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, yeah, taxes would raising taxes that's literally what would happen. If you raise taxes, that literally would mitigate inflation. That's literally what they do to mitigate inflationary pressure in the economy. All right, well let's go to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry about that.
Please stop. Please just why do you do that? Why do you do that? Why don't I have live access? You have to have 1,000 followers. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Do it again.
What?
Oh, you're like a
You're a faggot.
fetus. Oh my gosh! Why? This is why I just gotta delete them right away. I can't mess with them because of course they're all like that. Of course they're like that. Of course, bro. It's crazy. All right, we're gonna go to the next person, everyone. I need to stop. I can't even engage with the trolls. You know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? See, my experience like this allow me not to like actually engage with the trolls ever, you know? Could you imagine if we got to actually engage with some trolls sometimes? You, what's up? How old are you?
5.
Yo, George, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I don't know Trump, but I think you get up a lot of this, how you say, the topic, which are not even discussable.
Huh?
Yes, like, what is your concern to being gay or not?
Am I gay?
Yes.
No.
So why you are supporting to be gay?
Because I think there's nothing wrong with being gay. There's no reason to consider it to be wrong.
So you are not doing that thing, and you are supporting that.
Yeah.
Is it not wrong?
Yeah, it's not wrong to be gay.
Why not?
Well, there's no reason why you'd consider it to be wrong.
Is it not only for like other thing than just getting bang?
So being gay, it's not like about something. It's just a part of who someone is, right? It's a descriptive fact about reality that someone has that attraction. The same way that calling me straight, right, is also a descriptive fact about reality, right? I am straight, independent of whether or not I've engaged in sex with other people, right? There are gay people that are virgins. That has nothing to do with the sex that they've had, yet they're still gay.
But
And they're still valid.
What will be the last thing, like, if they are like no, they are like they will be actually at the last doing that things, that actions, like they are not engaging like in these things, but at last what are they gonna do? Like, this is not just only like love and not touching and then these things.
What? Can you say that again? I'm really confused what you just said there. And
So
also,
I'm
how does
saying
this relate to why you support Trump?
No, it's the other topic. You are just getting up that topic, like why do you
Yeah, I'm
support
just
Trump?
doing this topic right now.
Can you go for me, like, for the other topic, like being gay?
Do you want to come on a different time and talk about that?
No, I'm just saying, what are you not doing? Actually, you are preaching that it's not good.
So I have to be gay in order to say that it's okay to be gay?
Yes, you have to feel like.
Okay. Okay. I have a question.
Actually have to be-
I have a question.
yes.
I have a question. Do you think it's okay to like feet? Like to find attraction towards feet?
Yeah, basically, but not for like.
So you like
not
feet?
platonic relationship.
So you like feet?
Yeah, why not?
You. Okay. All right.
We are,
Okay. Damn, I kind of didn't expect it.
Parker, but
I
you
didn't
have
expect him to say yes.
You have to understand, we have like both sexes, and they are attracted to one another. So that's why it's not. We are made for these things, not for being on man on. What is
Okay,
the
wait.
last,
I have a
last thing
question. I have a question. Do you think it's okay to put peanut butter in your ears?
No.
No? It's wrong?
No, it's not wrong, but necessarily it is not do with something.
It's not
Like what
wrong,
we
but
can
it's
do.
not okay?
Yeah, it's not okay. Yeah.
But it's not wrong.
No, it's not. It's not wrong. Yeah.
I can't make sense of what that means.
It's mean. What is the point?
Is
to
it good
be
then? Is it
getting
good?
the
Is it
butter-
good? Is it good to put peanut butter in your ears?
Good and wrong is other thing, man. You have to be more specific. Good and wrong. Is it okay or not? Yes. Is it wrong to put peanut butter in your ear? Yes, it's not wrong. But what is the mean to do that?
No, my dude. My point is that you think it's acceptable, right? But you don't think that. But you haven't done it, right? So
Can
that's
you
my
ask-
point. You cannot do
Can I
something
ask-
and still think it's acceptable.
No, it's not acceptable.
I can
man.
use a different example, right?
Man,
Do
you
you
have
think
to be
do you think it's okay to shoot guns?
to shoot guns? Yes,
Yeah.
knife is.
Do you shoot
knife
guns?
is also like that. No, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll ask something else. Do you think it's okay to play video games?
No, does it okay to have
No?
a knife? Does it okay to have a knife?
What? Is it okay to have a knife? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, but you can use it for murder and other things.
Yeah, and it would be wrong to use it in that way.
Yeah, so that's the thing. You don't have to use your propaganda on others if you don't doing that.
You can use a spoon to do the same thing.
Spoon? No, you cannot. Is it not that sharp to cut it? Can I ask one last question before going? I heard you had one discussion and you said all this proxy war which America has done, you said it's okay for us and for our economy. Is this morally accepted or not?
Is what morally accepted?
You said that the proxy war which we had in Afghanistan and other thing, it's profitable for America. Is it okay to killing that innocent and you are saying it's profitable for us?
No, I don't think it's okay to kill innocent people for profit.
But you had said that it was very profitable for us to kill, to have this proxy war in Afghanistan and other countries.
When did I say that?
It's a week, 2 ago.
Oh, wait, okay, I said it's profitable?
Yes.
Yeah, so American businesses, defense contractors profited off of wars in the Middle East. That's why they engaged in it, right?
so
but
you are supporting
that
the
was
war.
for their geopolitical interests. I'm against that, though.
You are against, but you said
Yeah,
it's
I'm
profitable for
against
us.
the imperialist actions of the defense contractors and
But
federal
you
government.
are actually doing that agenda, man. How you
How?
are not supporting? Because you are supporting all these things being gay is now international ideology, which is going on. Can you?
Being gay
can
is
you
not
say
an
how-
international ideology. Being gay is like saying that someone is attracted to particular things.
But-
okay,
but can-
that's not an
can you sense
ideology.
this?
An ideology is like a system of beliefs, right?
But can you see how much it's differentiated from history, how it's going up? Not before it was only the platonic relationship, and now you can see everyone is doing that is okay, and actually they are not doing, but they are doing for other people to just make this news that it's okay to not be what is the last thing if we are now 50% gay, if you go to 100%, what it will be? So
What
this
do
is
you
the
mean by
problem.
50% gay? Do you mean someone who's bi?
No, if all these people man on man and woman on woman, what will be the last thing? How you can be reproducing that thing?
Oh, is it wrong to engage in intercourse that doesn't lead to reproduction?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman that's infertile?
But you are actually, but this is the things you can actually get that thing from the woman, not with the man. Because we are
No.
not for
Is
the-
it no?
for
Is it
the-
wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman that's infertile?
But she's infertile, but she can get that things from you, like if you want to. Like it's only not the reproduction.
Is it wrong? Yes or
It's
no?
It's also other thing, but the thing is, you cannot get that things from a man or from girls. Do you know you are getting my points, but you are not actually
Yes or no?
accepting it? Yes.
Yeah. So it is wrong.
No, it's not wrong.
No, it's not
actually
wrong.
good.
Okay, but it doesn't lead to reproduction.
But it's still the things. It's natural things, not like other things. Like you
It's
are
natural.
going-
So what does natural mean?
Natural mean man and woman, they are made for each other, and it's natural. Going
What do you mean made for each other? Is that you're appealing to God?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you just
So
justify
that's
that
what
to
it
me?
does. We are binary, and God is none like that.
Of course. Can you justify God's existence?
Yes. So I will give you one analogy. Like if you are like we discussing with the atheist, so we give like this argument that you cannot have the like dependent things which is infinite. Like someone is
Yeah, infinite regress.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Like infinite regress is possible. In order for you to say that like there's an uncaused cause, you have to concede to
Man,
infinities
how-
by saying that something is internal.
Parker, I wanna
So if you
ask
concede to
something. Man,
infinities,
can
then
you please- can you please-
infinite
can you
regression is
please-
possible.
Man, how you get these all things, man, interrupting again and again in every point. I'm actually, how much, I don't know, man. But let me give you an argument. If you are like arguing with the people of book, like Christian or Jew, so we give this analogy like if the Jesus has to say like if he predict another prophet or not, or with Jews like that. So we are like saying that with everyone now. I don't know you are like atheist or Christian, so I can give you a proper answer if God exists or not.
I'm an atheist.
Like atheist.
Yeah, I'm rational.
Can you rational?
Yeah, I'm rational.
Can you say to me how if the cow, you know cow animal,
Do I know what? Cows?
cow,
Yeah.
cows.
Yeah, what about?
How they get they drink they eat the grass and all these things, and they reproduce the how you say the milk and all this butter and all these things. Can you do this in laboratory that you can reproduce that things from like grass and other these things, and you can reproduce the milk and these things? Bro, you are going like to that things like how Darwinism or something. Now, I'm not saying that.
Oh, evolution?
Yeah, evolution things. Now you are
No.
going to that thing.
Yeah, I believe
But that-
evolution exists, yeah. I believe evolution
But
is accurate.
But who started this first thing like Big Bang? Who started this first thing like there was
Who started the
nothing
Big Bang?
and-
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what led to the Big Bang happening.
But how it become like very proper, the normal temperature, all these things which is necessary for every human body, and you are still
You're
regulating
asking
these
the
things.
question. You're asking the question, why is reality this way rather than being a different way? And the thing is, that question also exists under your model as well. If you're saying some sort of God exists and created the universe, well, why did it have the desire to create this universe rather than a universe where there are just frogs? Or the universe where I'm just on TikTok every day? And that's it. That's the only universe that exists, right? Or a world where there's just Nickelodeon slime. Or a world where there's Ben 10. All these different worlds could have existed given a particular set of God's desires existing, right? So what set God's desires to be this way, rather than being a different way, can be asked in the same way that you say, oh, what if the constants of the universe were just slightly different? It would have been able to produce this particular set of conditions.
Do you know, Parker, there is a thing like the people who believe in like Adam and Eve like story now, they have like very good example for like how to live, how to do like their life, and they have like still have very good principles to do their like how they can do a justice and all these things they can go. But the thing is, like how you said,
No. No, I don't think
the thing
Christians
is,
have a good way of
Parker,
living life.
the Christian, but I'm saying like all these people, like we have Abraham religions and all this. But the thing is, if they have like very good principle, they can live their life very, very too good. Like you are atheist and someone is doing. Do you know like there is a drug addiction detoxification, and one of their method is like.
Hey man, do you want to talk about the topic or justify your God's existence to me?
I'm gonna do a last thing. Can you search for a surah in Quran so we can talk that?
What?
It's called Teen, the fig. FIGS, fig, yes. And you are always asking that question like we are not the perfect being in this world or something like that. That can a God make these things? Okay, now read this surah.
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Is this it?
Yeah, by the fig. Yeah, that one, yes.
Okay. The surah titled in English means the fig, and it consists of 8 verses about this surah. Okay. You want me to read the 8 verses?
Yes, that all 8 verses.
Why? What is this point for?
It's all that point which I'm kind of.
Oh, are you just trying to get me to say the thing that like says I'm a Muslim?
No, you always do that. Like when a religious man come to your life, you are saying like we are not perfect and we can have this perfect universe there and there, but you are declining all this.
Is this that one thing where like you like say that you're a Muslim? Is that?
No, it's everything, but I want to just clarify this philosophy. Like I get one from this surah, so I want you to read it, and I will explain it how it's like.
Why do I have to read it?
Because I want you to read it, man. You are saying bad words. Like
Why don't you
not
read
bad
it?
Words.
Why don't you
But
read
I
it?
don't have another phone. I don't have another phone right now. Why do you support Trump? I didn't support.
Appreciate it, man. How old are you?
24.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think that you support Trump?
Yeah, man. He's a hardworking dude, and he thinks like me, and that's why I support him. Biden he's just an old man that, I don't know, doesn't really know what's up and down.
He doesn't know what's up and down, so that's
I
why
don't
you
think
think
so,
that
man.
he's wrong. Like he shouldn't be president.
I think that's
Trump's a hard worker. How do you know Trump's a hard worker?
I can see it in his face, and the way he talks.
When I look
and
in,
I think
you see in his face right now. You see this. You look at this face. You're like, yeah, he's such a hard fucking worker. Look at how hard that worker is. He's such a hard worker that he's the first president in fucking American history to get a mugshot. What a hard worker. Number one.
Can you say hard again? It was a joke. You can laugh. All right, crickets. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of awkward, man.
You gonna say anything, bro?
Bro, you started the silence. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it awkward, bro.
Okay.
You want to actually? You don't like awkward silence? I think it's funny. I think it's really funny to make people like feel like uncomfortable sometimes, like when they say something like that.
Oh my god. All right, man.
I wanted to
that's
make you as uncomfortable as possible.
Yeah. I think you made everybody uncomfortable. 2,500
did.
people. But it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. Let's get on, man.
That was the goal.
Oh man. Yeah, I think he's a hard worker. I think honestly, if you put a 10-year-old child in office, it'll be better than Biden. I'm serious.
Well, I would say the same thing for Trump.
Why?
Well, I mean, why would it be true for Biden?
Because Biden, dude, he's not here. He's not in this.
Neither
I
is
think
Trump.
He's already moved on. I think his body.
Neither is Trump, or so is Trump. Trump has moved on too.
No. Like Biden, he's like. Have you ever like smashed?
Wait, actually, like, can you explain to me what's the difference? I think both of them are irrational.
Yeah. Okay. So Biden.
I would
have you ever
concede that
smashed-
both Trump
Yo.
and Biden are irrational humans.
Okay. So have you ever smashed
Like all
a
things
spider?
considered.
Have you ever smashed a spider
Yeah.
with your hand? You know, like the legs are still moving, right? Sometimes it's like still like twitching. That's Biden. Like he's moved on, but it's like he's still like.
Wow, that was the best analogy I've ever heard in my life. Oh my gosh. Wow, that was like.
Yeah, that's what it is, though. So
So can you give me any basis for like actually any of your claims? Like I guarantee Biden could beat you in a debate. Unironically, I think Biden would have more coherent arguments than what you've provided here on the live today.
I don't think so, man. But
I'd put money on it. Can you even vote?
Yeah, sure, I can.
You can?
Yeah, can you?
Are you gonna vote?
I think so. Yeah,
You think so? Have you voted
Yeah.
before?
I sure did.
Who'd you vote for?
Well, Trump, obviously.
You voted Trump?
Hell yeah. What about you? You don't know?
Yeah, I did vote. I voted. How'd you vote?
Well, what do you mean? How did I vote?
Yeah, how'd you vote?
What do you mean?
How'd you vote?
Like with that machine thing?
The machine thing?
Yeah.
So you went in person in the pandemic?
Sure did.
I voted mine. I mailed mine in. So
No, I didn't vote. I'm sorry. I lied.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
I know.
I fucking
you
knew it,
know.
chat. I
know
knew
you
it.
know.
I knew it.
I know you
I had
did.
like such a gut feeling. You
I
what?
know.
Maybe the QAnoners are right. Maybe my gut feeling is right. Maybe I am psychic. Like,
But it's kind of obvious by
crazy.
my accent as well. So yeah.
yeah, I know. I was just trolling.
Yeah, anyways.
Okay, I was like, what?
Man, I don't really know. Have a good one.
All right. See ya. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get on to the next person, everyone. Share the live copy link. Send it to a few friends, everyone. Copy link. Send it to a few friends, everyone. We're going to go on to the next person. Parker, get a medium. We will. Someday. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm old enough.
All right. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do support Trump
Why?
because he's a strong white Republican man that our world needs right now. Because when he was president,
Why is it relevant that he's white?
well, it's like order of the pack, like, you know, human race pack, like the entire world, because the entire world needs to be afraid of a white man. Like Biden is not afraid. Nobody's afraid of Biden because he needs like a bunch of people to sit with him and discuss every little
What do
thing.
you mean? What do you mean? Can you explain? Can you elaborate? What do you mean people need to be afraid of a white man? Are you trolling?
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm serious. I feel like when Trump was president, okay, first of all, the Republicans have a way of scaring people, like China, scaring China and Russia. They respect a white crazy man as opposed to a sensitive liberal white man who's so fluffy.
Yeah. So wait. Okay. Do you not remember when Trump ran away from the G7 summit because Justin Trudeau, Boris Johnson, and Emmanuel Macron were like laughing at him? I remember he like rage quit and like ran away.
You know why they were laughing at? You
come
know why
on.
they were laughing?
How are you going to say that Biden's sensitive?
No.
Biden doesn't even have the mental capacity to be sensitive.
You know,
What are you talking about?
you know why they were laughing at him? They were laughing at him, especially Trudeau. He was amazed at how he would stand and talk to the press without monologues. You know, he really engaged with people as opposed to being afraid to be in front of people and speak. So that's what he was amazed of. Trudeau was jealous. Not to mention, had a crush on Trump.
They were jealous. They had a
Yes.
crush on Trump.
Yes, for sure.
You're trolling. You're
No,
trolling.
I'm not. No, I'm not serious. I'm not. I'm 100% sure. Like we need
How do you
a
know?
strong.
How do you
we
know?
need a strong white man.
How do you know? How do you know they had a crush?
Because here is what it is. So because he was so mesmerized. He was so mesmerized by Trump. Like, what the heck? Okay.
Oh my God! Oh yes, yes, Trump.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, good job.
Yes.
So no,
Trump.
no,
Oh my
no. I
God.
seriously,
I'm
I need.
mesmerized by you.
No, believe me. Like when Trump was in the office, China were pissing in their pants. Really,
What are you
seriously.
talking about?
I swear to God.
Can you explain to me why do you think that to be true?
Okay, when because he was rejecting every deal that Chinese government will bring. He will
Fucking weak. I'm happy right now because
Open it. So why they increase tariffs in response to us increasing tariffs?
Well, they increased tariff later when Trump did the damage. When Trump did the damage, but I'll tell you, another good example.
What do you mean? What
do you remember? Do you remember?
For American consumers and producers?
Yeah, but China did tit for tat later. But when Trump put a huge tariff, and really, they were really crying. They were really afraid of Trump. Because you know what? Trump is just like he's tall, blonde, blue-eyed, white. Even white people are afraid of him. Those brunettes.
Why is white relevant? You understand that both? Wait, by the way, you understand that both Biden and Trump are white, right?
Yes, but there's different kind of whites because there's a sensitive white. and there's a soft white.
Granted, he's a little orange, but like,
Yeah, no, it is. I'm telling you. Okay, another example is during COVID.
tall. Okay, you're trolling. You're definitely. You're
No.
definitely
I'll tell you.
trolling.
No. Hold on. I'll give you an example. During COVID, you know,
Dude,
Trump.
like, I actually,
Trump
I
did not
can't
win.
tell. Like, there's
No,
most
Trump-
of the chat is like, they're lucky convincing me. I don't know.
No.
Like, you got me on the brink.
Forget.
People have been like this on my live recently, but like,
Yeah. No, during COVID, he wasn't afraid of COVID. You know, and the Russian President Putin was in a hazard suit. What God, little fluffy guy. He was on a hazard. He was wearing a hazard suit. Oh, I'm afraid to die.
oh,
Trump-
chat. I just I got a text. He's not trolling. He's not trolling.
I'm not. I'm honestly, I'm not. Serious, I'm not. I'm telling you, like Russia, also Trump is more stronger than Putin. When Putin during the COVID crisis, he was wearing a hazard orange suit, for God's sake. He was hiding. He was paranoid. What kind of man is that? You know. But I think Trump is strong.
So No, okay. So what makes you? So you think that what circumstance makes you think that Trump is strong?
Well, by his actions, he's unfazed by anything.
Like what
even
action?
COVID, he's unfazed by
Unfazed
COVID.
by?
By COVID. Like he wasn't afraid of
How
COVID
was he unfazed by COVID?
because he was.
Oh, so when he got sick with COVID, he was unfazed by it.
Yes, 100%. He was unfazed by it. Unfazed by it.
So how come he had to go to Walter Reed Hospital?
Because that's what the people around him have to. Like, it's like a protocol. It's a White House protocol. But the dude showed his
No,
brilliance.
he had severe illness.
Of course,
He was very sick.
but still, what I'm saying is the perception. When he was in the press conference, he was mingling with people. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid. That's the point. Look at Putin, as opposed to Putin, who was completely a wuss, like hiding behind doors, wearing hazmat suits. You know, Trump is bold. He is bold, and that's what we need a white man who's bold, because I don't see any other color, any other race color to be that.
What do you
bold.
mean by bold?
Like,
Wait, what? What, dude? You did not just say that. Like, what do you mean you don't see any other race or quote unquote color that is that bold? What do you mean by that?
Because I believe it's sort of like, you know, it's the okay. For example, just imagine this. Imagine, have you ever seen the movie Wakanda? Where it's
No. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Please explain.
Okay, so what I mean is, according to like right now, a white man who is strong is more to be feared by, like, say, Chinese who are not white, okay, Africans who are not white, okay. So it's sort of like we need a strong white man, like Obama, for example. When Obama was president, people were not taking him seriously. People were being racist towards him. You know, they were being racist towards him. They were not serious. But Trump and Biden is kind of like too sensitive, too liberal, too fluffy.
But
That's
who wasn't
all-
taking them seriously? Like, what are you saying? China wasn't taking them seriously?
Yeah, China wasn't taking Obama serious.
Can you give me any evidence to believe that that's true?
Well, I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious because whenever Obama put on some, they were giving him hard time in negotiation. The same way they were giving China basically treated Biden and Obama the same. Okay, even though they are white and black, they were kind of soft about anything. Trump doesn't fear. Trump puts something on the table and say,
Can you give me reason to believe that they were treated differently, that Obama was treated like in a non-serious way? Can you please give me evidence of that when it relates to the world's
negotiations, and then people not.
What do you mean, like the Paris Accords?
Yeah. Any negotiation.
Really? Like,
Yes.
that was an international agreement that's unprecedented. Are you kidding?
But also look at domestically.
The Paris Climate Accords were literally unprecedented.
Obama domestically, Congress were not respecting him. Even somebody cried, "You lie," on the Congress, because they had no respect for the man. But they would never do that to Trump. You know, a congressman said, "You lied," to Obama. Okay.
Wait. We're talking. You were talking internationally. Now you've changed the goalpost to people
Domestic,
in the
yes.
context of Congress and domestic, right? But people domestically, right, treat Trump terribly. I don't know where you're getting this from.
No, no,
Literally,
the
Trump
people-
is treated way worse. Trump is treated way worse on a domestic basis than Obama was. Not even close.
You know why?
Obama's approval ratings
You know why?
were
You know
like
why?
through the roof.
You know
Obama
why?
has really high approval ratings.
I guarantee you, yes. You know why? Because Obama was playing to the rules of fluffy, like a Western world of like rules like being all sensitive, you know, being nice, being all that stuff. He was too agreeable. Like psychologically speaking, if you know in psychology there's like groups of personalities. There's agreeable, and disagreeable.
What do you
There's
mean he was
extrovert.
agreeable?
He was too agreeable. Obama was
And
too
I don't
agreeable.
understand. What do you mean that being Western world? I don't see how that's Western world either.
No, it is. No, because Obama and Biden are more like playing to their party's ideals. Like, hey, we are liberals, we are sensitive, we are everything. So he's like like an idealist. Obama is idealist. Like, he's a community man. He implemented Obamacare, which is good. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, Obamacare, which is good, which is not a bad thing. But Trump is a strong white man that is required today. I mean, it's like without Trump, I'm telling you,
you're just assuming that you never gave any reasoning for that. You just said the same premise that you were talking about earlier.
I used the COVID, how he perceived COVID, like he wasn't afraid. And then I gave an example.
He literally just didn't wear a mask, but
yes,
he did at the very end. Didn't he wear a mask near the end?
No, I've never seen him wear a mask.
He did. You want me to show you a picture of him wearing a mask?
Okay, fine, because they were hounding him. Trump also has another issue.
I thought he was so powerful.
No, they were hounding him, but believe me, it's just like
so he succumbed to the hounding.
And I bet
Trump.
I bet he wore that when he got the infection, correct? Like when he got the infection. When he got the infection. When he got the infection.
I don't know, Parker. I think like a strong white man with blonde hair would never have worn a mask. I think like a strong
it must be a
white
fake
man
picture from the liberal media.
Yeah.
Exactly. They wouldn't have succumbed to that hounding. They wouldn't have worn a mask.
We need Trump back in office. We need him to kick ass. We need him to give all the white people a good lesson to sit down and observe what he does.
Wait,
Period.
dude, can I ask you a question? Since when has being agreeable been a characteristic of Western society?
Well, it's because of like conforming, like a confirmation, like hey, let's be politically correct. Let's abide by society rules. Agreed society rule to be kind, to be nice, to say thank you, to over analyze and over like whatever. So those are.
When has that been a characteristic of Western society, though?
It's always been like that because it's sort of like it's encouraging in Western society. If you go to the third world country, you won't see those kind of like ideals. Like they're like raw. They haven't been civilized. They're like raw.
Wait, hold on. So was the West being very agreeable? Wait, hold on. So was the West being very agreeable and kind when they were colonizing the world, or when they were being imperialistic, or when they are also kind of coming up with trade deals that end up over exploiting and underdeveloping like the global South? Is that when the West was being kind? Was the West being kind when the U.S. military ended up bombing Iraq or Afghanistan? Was the West kind when they started?
He just got community guidelined.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it took that long, actually.
Yeah. So being nice is not a characteristic of Western civilizations. I don't know what he is saying, or being agreeable as well. Also, I don't understand the blonde hair thing, as if like blonde hair makes you more.
Apparently,
powerful.
he's not a troll. Apparently, he's literally saying things and he like means it. That's just like literally insane. I've been getting the people I've been getting recently. I don't know what's been going on TikTok. There's been some wild stuff happening.
Kind of looks like my guy was just kind of like taking a page out of Mein Kampf. But anyways, thank you for letting me up.
That's like the second person today. Someone earlier literally cited a person that denied the Holocaust. That was wild.
Yeah. So again, I just want to say I'm not playing victim, because I read one of the comments saying like victim. I'm not playing victim. I think it's just really weird to say that the world needs like a scary white
man,
blonde-haired man.
Yeah,
like that's just a weird thing to say. But I'm gonna drop for the next guests.
Appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone, please only do send a guest request if you disagree. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, we're going to go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. We're going to be on for another hour or two, probably. TikTok's been a little bit weird today. I don't know what's been going on. Shannon, thank you for the cash app. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm actually going to give you over to my boyfriend, who is like a huge debater, and I feel like it's going to get good.
Yes. Go for it. Go for it.
Okay.
Starting drama, I see. Starting drama.
What's up, dude?
What's good? Do you support Trump?
I mean, I voted for the guy twice.
Why?
Just trying to make sure the working class is still like viable in the world, man.
Yeah. So, what makes you think that the working class is better off under a Trump administration comparative to a Biden administration?
You been to the grocery store lately?
Yeah, just because it is the case that there are higher prices now, what makes you think that it was caused by Trump? By Biden?
I mean, for 4 straight years, prices did nothing but plummet.
Yeah, well, I mean, prices have been plummeting, like in other scenarios. Are we not actually not plummeting? They were
What
they
other
were slightly
scenarios,
increasing.
though? Like, be
They
more
were actually,
specific.
no, hold up. They were slightly increasing. There's target inflation every single year, around like 1 to 2% inflation likely occurs.
Okay,
every year.
1 to 2% inflation isn't $1.50 a gallon to $5. That's insanity, dude.
Yeah, no,
That's
there was
far from
higher levels of
2%.
inflation when it relates to this presidency, right? But you'd have to demonstrate to me that specifically it was caused by by Biden, right? I would have a better reason to
I'm
believe
not
that
talking
this
about
was caused
Biden
by like the
as a
response of
person
the
or as a
Fed.
human being. Like, he himself holds all the power in this, dude. His whole administration runs this country right now. So if it is not directly involved with Biden, it is his cabinet or his administration.
But you'd have to
direct
point to me like
control of
what
the company.
specifically, because I would have better reason to believe like the response that the Federal Reserve had a more of an impact on inflation comparative to like what the fiscal response was necessarily.
Repeat what you just said at the last part.
I would say probably I would have better reason to believe that like what the Fed did had a greater impact on like inflation, right? Comparative to like what we saw with like with like the fiscal spending.
With what the Federal Reserve did.
Yeah, like I mean, I would relate to like the creation of like emergency lending facilities, and then also like the use of quantitative easing, were used significantly more, right, or more in terms of our response, and pumped a bunch of liquidity like through the Federal Reserve, right, into our markets. We like literally increased the asset balance from like 4 to 7 trillion.
Why
right,
and why do you
Federal
think
Reserve.
that is?
Right, and that because they wanted to respond to the economic conditions, right, to be able to like bring liquidity in markets to keep the economy moving forward. But the
Really?
idea was that like the economy was only really in a negative circumstance because people just stepped back from work. There wasn't really like underlying issues within the economy, so that necessarily led to like an overcorrection. Right, that would be part of it, along with the fact that there's like gas
So
prices,
the unemployment rating
gas prices being
being higher than
impacted
it's
by
ever been in this
unemployment.
presidency.
You say unemployment?
Yes, sir.
That's not true.
Okay.
So unemployment right now is extraordinarily low. We're at 3.8% right now. That's like what we would consider full employment. Because like there's a natural rate of unemployment within the economy, like of people just like looking to find jobs, right? So there's always going to be a
People
particular
looking
level
to
of
find
unemployment.
jobs. There's a help wanted sign on every single freaking building.
No, that's
in
how the
this
economy
area,
works.
dude.
That's how the economy works. That's what the natural rate of
That's
unemployment
not how
is.
the economy works.
That is how the
man.
economy works.
Do you leave your house?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yes, so there is a natural rate of unemployment. Literally look it up, right? If you've taken any economics course, even a fucking micro, I mean, you're probably going to be in a macro course. If you've taken a first level macro course in a college class, you would have learned this.
So I have to go to college in order to be informed.
Essentially, when it relates to things like this, because like we haven't put it in public school systems, but I think that I argue that we should put these types of things in public school systems. There should be an understanding of macro and micro. Honestly, I unironically think it should be in like why are we not teaching that comparative to what we're currently teaching in terms of math? That would be such a better understanding of the world that would allow for people to like actually engage with like meaningful stuff later on. It's so much more applicable.
This dude hurts my brain.
How am I hurting your brain?
I'm sorry, I snorted. That's so funny.
Is he done? Did he quit?
Quit on what? I'm
you're
just
still- you're good?
confused, man.
Yeah, what are you confused with? I was just explaining to you what the natural rate of unemployment is, right? So there's going to be a particular level of unemployment. There was actually like lower unemployment under Biden's administration than there was under Trump's. 3.4% unemployment in April of 2023. You can look that up on the Federal Reserve or the Fred. Just look up Fred unemployment. It will tell you 3.4 in April 2023.
You love this Federal Reserve thing, dude.
Yeah. You gonna respond? I mean, like you said, there was high unemployment. Actually, like that was one of like the
There
variables
is.
that they took into account that said like, oh, we probably didn't go through a recession, right, during Biden's administration because there was such low unemployment. Because typically we would see higher unemployment. He doesn't want to debate anymore. He's like, please stop,
Yeah,
please,
that
please.
is so freaking funny. Oh my gosh.
Come on, man. I thought you were supporting Trump, bro. Doesn't really sound very. You don't really sound very strong in your position there.
That was a womp.
I hope you're gonna be okay. Hopefully he doesn't get angry. But
Oh no, thank
would I
you
be
for having
angry?
us.
I don't know. You sound pretty uncomfortable right now, so I don't know if you're gonna take that out on your partner.
Far from uncomfortable, man.
I
It
don't
takes a
know.
lot for him to
Take
feel
that out
uncomfortable.
on my girlfriend. That's insanity. You sound like you're unstable, buddy.
Me? I don't know. You're the one that said, please, I don't want to talk to him anymore.
I've never said please for anything. Just said don't want to talk to this guy anymore. It's all good.
Sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Life is okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to apologize for anything. You're entitled to your opinion and how you feel about life. It's all good. I don't hate you.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good day.
You're so funny.
I'm sorry.
No, I think it's great to like be doing this honestly and just like getting the word, like just like talking to people about politics because like, you know, a lot of people that I know don't like either way, whatever side you're on, don't pay enough attention. And, you know, it takes us to vote really at the end of the day in our younger generation. So I appreciate you for debating.
Appreciate it. Have a great night. Have a great night.
You
Al.
too.
All right. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. If you like the content, follow me if you haven't already. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. You already know the deal, everyone. Also, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree at all. All right, let's get to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
100% yes.
Why so?
Okay, Parker, before you say anything, let me address several things, okay? Firstly, you said something about Trump said he was going to build the wall. He did not. He started it, and he got all the construction to do so. And, when Biden got in office, he put a stop to that the first day he was in office. So this is, you know, immigration is like off the charts wrong because of Biden opening the borders too. Plus, they're talking about the skyrocketing gas prices. Okay, yes, it was $1.50 when Trump was in office because, you know, he had the drilling on the pipeline. Biden stopped that too. And Biden is, and the guy that said that people
Wait, by the way,
are afraid
they
of Trump
weren't
is
drilling.
true. No. Hold on.
Hold on.
People being afraid of
Tracy,
Trump
thank you for the
is
Venmo.
true. No one's going to go to war when Trump is in office. But plus, you know, you were talking about special reserves. We have special reserves. So why does Biden give our special reserves away to other countries when we need it for us? And then they're selling land to China. Are you serious? And they sold land to China that's right next to a military base. I was like, how responsible is that? Are you serious? Trump is way better than Biden. Way better. And I will vote for Trump, you know, forever. I mean, I'm sorry. I watch this shit every day on the news, and I would rather move to a different country than be under Biden. And you say, oh, well, why is it Biden's fault? Well, he's the commander in chief, is he not? Is he not?
Yeah. So do you want me to be able to engage with these? So first of all, we can't like drill on a pipeline. So
Well, I mean,
like I
I'm
think what you
about,
were trying to
like,
reference
was
was like
drilling, and then he
that he
stopped.
shut off. I think that you were trying to reference two different separate things. One that he like limited the drilling on federal lands, and then the other one was the making it faster the process to limit like the Keystone XL pipeline from being able to be developed. But that was going to happen either way. He just expedited that process. And then when it relates to the federal lands, the drilling on federal lands, they brought that back, and we've actually brought like U.S. field oil production back up to like higher rates than what it was under Trump.
Okay, well,
Next, we don't have open borders right now.
He's selling it.
Hold up, ma'am. I let you speak on like a bunch. Like you wanted to go on like a whole like list of things to like address. I have to be able to address them too.
Right.
Because if you wanted to address one by one, we could have done that earlier.
Okay, well.
When it relates to open borders, right? That is not the case. We don't have open borders, and we did not build the wall fully. There's not a fully built wall, and also he didn't get Mexico to pay for it. So I was just simply saying that he didn't fulfill his promise that he originally stated.
Yes,
and then
I
the reserves.
I understand that, but like he had all the stuff, ready for the wall to be built fully, but like even Biden is like selling all the material to build the wall. I mean,
Biden's selling the material? Sure, well that's fine.
Well, I mean,
we don't need a wall there. Like
we
you understand that
didn't-
most people who come into the country undocumented fly here and then overstay visas, right?
Oh, okay, but then and then like another thing that Biden has promised a lot of stuff that he didn't fulfill either. Like the girl earlier said, he was going to forgive student loans. He didn't do that. He said he was going to raise minimum wage to $15. He didn't do that. He said that he was going to give free health care to Americans.
So I mean, I agree. I agree. The point I was making, wait, Jennifer, the point I was making is that politicians across the board, right, will make promises that they can't necessarily fulfill. And it can be the case because they don't meet these standards because of how they can't get things through the context of office, right? Because you're talking federal minimum wage. You're saying that like he wanted to increase the federal minimum wage to $15,
He did, but
which
he
they haven't been
didn't
able
do
to
that.
do. Well, yeah, they haven't done that quite yet, which I agree that they should do. But again, I'm pretty sure that that's being blocked by like congressional Republicans. So like, I mean, like if you want a higher minimum wage, is that what you want?
Yeah, I would love that because working for like
So that Republicans are not advocating for that.
Nothing.
Republicans are advocating against that. Republicans are advocating for a lower minimum wage. Republicans are advocating for no minimum wage. They're not advocating for higher minimum wage. Not many. There's like very few Republicans that would.
Okay, well, I've heard that in the news, but
You can look it up. You can look it up. Is there any basis for Republican legislation that is indicating that there should be an increase in the minimum wage?
Well, I think that there should be an increase in minimum wage because everything, like, grocery prices. The guy was saying earlier,
It should be adjusted for inflation. We have methods of being able to estimate cost of living, right? We use that for Social Security, right? So we already have the basis for that. So we need adjusted for inflation minimum wage. What's that?
Inflation has been higher since Biden's been in office.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's caused by Biden.
Well, he's the commander in chief.
Yeah, but Trump was the commander in chief when there was 14.7% unemployment. Yet you don't attribute that to him. But Trump was the commander in chief when there was 1 million people who died from COVID. Yet you don't attribute that to him.
Yes, but also when COVID was, of course, people didn't want to be unemployed with COVID because they didn't want to be around anybody in fears of catching the virus. So yes, unemployment was down when he was in office.
So your understanding, I agree. But you're understanding that just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. So you have to look at the context of the circumstance to then say that, like, oh, this is caused by Trump or this is caused by Biden. And you're not doing that when it relates to Biden. You're just saying it's bad now, therefore Biden's at fault.
I'm just saying you're saying like unemployment rate, like, but yeah, no one wanted to work during COVID, so that wasn't Trump's fault. But Biden needs to fulfill his promises too, not just Trump. And you say that, oh well, Trump, has all this money and he's so powerful and he's not a hard worker. Trump was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
Trump?
Yes.
He wasn't born with a silver spoon. He was born with a gold fucking spoon.
No,
a diamond plated spoon.
He wasn't born poor, but he worked for everything that he has.
What?
Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's so successful because he worked hard to get where he is.
But what a small loan of $1 million. The small loan of $1 million, right? His dad that literally his dad was like fucking, he had huge businesses. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, so his dad, paid for everything that he had.
His dad set up the basis for him to do that. You said he worked for everything he had. Bro was given you think that anyone could just get $1 million loan?
I'm saying, did his
like, what?
Dad, does his, I don't know how to say it. Does his dad?
Upon his death, Trump's estate was estimated by his family at $250 million to $300 million.
Now it is, but earlier I was reading something that his net worth when he was a child, their family had $1 million, and that was it. His grandfather, not even his dad.
Yeah. So, but like the idea is that there's a lot of money there. That clearly speaking, not only would you be born with the fact that you have broader opportunities because you're significantly better off, but also it is the case that like the father would be able to teach those particular things that you can make money. You can make money. You essentially, like, if you know different things that you can do to make money, right? You're going to be able to make your kid do better off than it would be like the average person, right? Because they didn't have access to that information.
Yes, I understand,
you understand a million back then was like 3 or 4 million now.
Well, okay. No, it's not. But I'm just saying, did his dad pay for his success? Like, his dad was a millionaire. No, Trump is a billionaire though, because he worked hard for what he has. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So Fred Trump's estimated net worth was $200 million in 1982, and adjusted for inflation would be $500 million today.
Yes, but
a New York Times expose reported that Fred and his wife Mary gave their progeny over $1 billion in 2008 currency and evaded over $500 million in gift taxes. This is a claim from the New York Times.
Okay, well, I mean, because I know he didn't grow up poor, but he's still just a hard worker. And then like the other guy that's saying, the other countries are afraid of Trump. We really do need other countries to be afraid because.
Are we going to acknowledge the fact that Trump literally grew up with a diamond spoon? He grew up living in a gold fucking like hotel.
Yes, he did.
Like, he grew up in luxury.
Yes, but I mean, he didn't just like. I mean, he worked. I mean, he didn't like not work to acquire money.
Do you think he worked very hard? Do you think he works harder than someone who works minimum wage job?
No.
And has a family?
So
Yeah, right. Like the people who make extreme amounts of money, they oftentimes work not as hard. Like, let's be totally fucking real here. And I don't think that anyone would concede to the idea that he even worked harder than someone who works a serving job.
okay. Okay. But okay. But also like what the guy was saying earlier about, we need a white scary man. Okay, white race doesn't have anything to do with it. People could be scared of Obama, but when Trump was in office, we didn't have all these countries going to war or threatening us. Like Palestinians now are threatening the USA because we're helping Israel, and he's
Palestinians are not threatening the USA.
The Taliban.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Afghanistan.
And also, yeah, by the way, the U.S. should not be helping the state of Israel continue its occupation.
I think that when he was in office, it was better for us because no one would fuck with America because they were afraid that Biden would retaliate, or not Biden, but Trump would retaliate, and he would to protect America.
Yeah, so like can you explain to me how specifically you think that like he does that? Like that you think that he like makes it so that people won't fuck with America?
Oh, because everybody's scared of him.
How is everyone scared of him?
Well, because like I said, he gets shit done. Like
What did he do? What did he get done?
You fuck with us, we're gonna fuck with you right back.
That's every president. Now, can you tell me what's specific to Trump?
Well, like, I don't know. It's just like every country is afraid to go up against Trump, but they're not afraid to go up against Biden. Why is that?
Why are they afraid to go up against Trump? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Like, they don't want to mess with Trump because Trump tells them how it is and this way it's gonna be. And most everybody followed Trump when he was president, but no one is. Everybody walks all over Biden. Every country.
What
They know
you
that
just like keep
Biden
making
is
claims
weak.
that he's being walked over? Can you
Yes.
give me specific circumstances?
Like China. Are you
Okay.
gonna sell
What
your?
about
Okay, everyone. So I just finished watching the first episode of Wedding Plan, and it is so.
what's up?
So he's gonna sell land to China just because they wanted it.
Yeah, so like what land are you
And-
talking about
But like
specifically?
everybody, like everything is just that.
What land are you
everything
talking
has-
about did they sell?
Oh my gosh, they've sold land to China all over America. They even sold land to China right next to a military base. That's so irresponsible.
So there's oil reserves. I don't see if like what you're relating to in terms of
I'm not just
I don't
saying-
see with land. Like
I'm
where?
not-
What's your source for that? Like
it's
for recently.
like all over the news. You don't watch the news, Parker?
Where? What news?
I watch the Fox and Friends news network.
I bet.
News all day.
Right? Like so where on Fox News could I find this?
I don't know. Google it, but it has been on there that they have sold
did.
to China, even next to a military base. I just heard this 2 weeks ago on the news. That was next to a military base. That they sold land to China.
Yeah, I have no clue where this is. I'm looking. I don't see.
Unless I'm deaf and just hearing.
Are you talking about a Chinese company, or are you talking about China like government?
China itself? They didn't say They didn't say like a company or they.
Oh,
did,
okay. So yeah, so I don't think it's the federal government, but yeah, there are American companies that sell land in America to Chinese companies
And why?
because that's who pays them money to. There are places in China that American businesses go and operate in. Like in almost every other country, there are places where American businesses operate.
Okay, well, I guess I'm sorry. I mean, I really don't have anything else to say except that I'll always support Trump, and you brought up good points, but
Wait, why will you always support Trump? Why?
I just think that he's a good. I just think that he was a great president.
Do you think he won the election?
No, I do not think he won the election, even though that he said that he did. But if he did,
so he's still saying he won. He's still saying he won.
Yes,
Are you okay with him lying multiple
at all,
years
because
after
he
and
won.
degrading our very, very basis of our democracy?
Yes, but I mean, if it came
You're
down,
okay with him degrading our democracy?
it's not okay with him to go. I mean, I mean, it's okay that okay, it's not okay that he did that, but I'm just saying that I understand that he did that. But
Why?
I mean, I understand he did it because he wanted to be president. But I mean, the simple fact is, that if he won, he would be president right now, but he didn't, and that's just a fact. But when it comes down to it, when voting polls are open, I will vote for Trump wholeheartedly and not Biden.
Even though he, when he loses, says that he wins. So if Biden claimed that even though he lost, that he won, and that it was that Trump stole the election from him, you would say that's okay for Biden to do?
Everybody that runs for president does that. Hillary Clinton did it too.
No, Hillary Clinton seceded the election the next day. The next day. Trump, 3 years after the election, is still claiming that he won.
But I like Trump, but he didn't win. I mean, that's a fact.
I agree with you that he didn't win, but the idea here is that he's lying. He's saying that he won when he clearly didn't have. We don't have reason to believe that he won.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go, but I support Trump. So
Why do you? But you can't even provide good reason to believe.
Well, I mean,
Or good reason to support Trump.
I just think that America would be better if Trump was in office, just from everything that I've already stated earlier. So that's why I have nothing else to say.
Yeah, but I don't think what particular things? Because I think we went through it, and I don't think that we had a sufficient reason there.
What kind of sufficient reason are you looking for?
Reason to imply that
I told you everything.
Trump is.
I told you everything that I don't like about Biden, and what I like about Trump. So my sufficient answer is, in my personal opinion, Trump is better to me, in my personal opinion. And you may like Biden better, kudos to you for that. Yeah, that's your own opinion. But my own opinion will always be to support Trump over Biden, and I don't have.
But regardless of the evidence, so your
just
opinion
have
is going to always support
really
Trump over Biden, regardless of the evidence.
Yes.
Regardless, so Trump's. So even if Trump was held liable for essay, would you still support him?
No.
Well, he was held liable for essay. Do you want me to show you? You can literally look this up. He was held liable for essay. Unironically. Literally held guilty by a civil court, right, which is considered liable. And he had to pay damages because he was considered guilty in a civil court for essay.
Yes. I don't. Okay. This is my take on that. Yes, he was found guilty, but he probably paid them damages just to shut them up because he wasn't guilty. I don't think he was guilty.
No, he got held accountable.
Yeah, by a jury that doesn't like him, and they said that he was guilty.
Yeah, because he is.
I didn't think he was.
He is descriptively considered guilty within the context of a civil court. Unironically, was considered guilty.
I just it's okay. See, but all these people, all these like celebrities too that are accused of doing this to people, I don't believe they do it. I think people just do it just to get money.
So you think it's not a real story? You just think it's
And
for
I
money?
think that Trump.
Then
did-
how did it get through a court system and win by the preponderance of the evidence?
Did they have conclusive evidence? Like, did they see?
How
him
do you think
do
they
it?
got through a
No.
court? In court,
It's
you can't
just
just
someone-
say. In court, you can't just say this happened and then someone gets held accountable. No, there's a preponderance of the evidence.
Okay, give me the conclusive evidence.
I didn't look at the. I don't know the full contents of the court case. I don't know the full contents of the court case, but it is the case that he is held liable under the civil court, right? I know that to be true, and it's based. And the standard for evidence is preponderance of the evidence. Okay, that's the standard. Okay, so I know based upon those two things of how it was judged, right? But of course, I don't know all the conditions of the trial. The same way I wouldn't know that about other types of cases.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go and look all this stuff up later.
Sure, you can, but like the idea here is pretty clear, is that you said that if he was held liable for SA, you would not support him. We see that he has been held liable for SA, therefore you agree that you should not support him.
Well, I didn't watch the case trials or anything, and I didn't see anything on this. I don't know how I didn't see anything on this, but like, if I don't hold him liable because I was there. I didn't see him do it, so that's why.
Okay, someone. Okay, so did you see Jeffrey Dahmer do what he did? Did you see Jeffrey Epstein do what he did? Did you see Hitler do what he did? No, but they still fucking did it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so like, I don't think you have to see it in order to say it happened. That is wild that you'd take it to that extent. Like, you wouldn't hold that standard for any other person. What did this guy do to you? Like, I'm serious. Like, there probably needs to be some reflection there. Like, I'm serious. No other president, no other individual in your life probably would you think that way. Would you be like, oh, given the fact that you heard that they've been, do you have kids?
Sorry?
Do you have kids?
No.
Okay. Well, think about a scenario. If someone you knew came home with someone, right, that got held guilty in a civil court for SA, would you say that they should stay with them, like one of your friends? Would you be like, yeah, that's a guy that I think that you should be in a relationship with?
If I knew that they did it, then yes.
All you know is that they've been held guilty in a civil court.
If they show me, like, I don't know though, like, people can change though. You know what I'm saying?
Would you be friends with a murderer?
I can't say yes. No, I wouldn't. But I mean, like,
Okay, so you could be friends with someone who's been held liable for SA. Sure, you might not have been there in that circumstance, but you know that they've been held liable for SA. That indicates it's probably most likely that this happened.
they've been liable. They've been
liable for SA.
It doesn't mean that they
Scotia,
did
thank you so
it.
much. Appreciate it. That means that it's most likely that they did it. Or it's more likely than not.
Okay.
So again, if one of your friends, or actually let's say one of your this guy wants to talk to you, right? Or this girl wants to talk to you, right? Whoever you're into, right? And it is the case that that they have been held liable or guilty in a civil court for SA.
Okay.
Would you want to still be with them?
The you a story. My sister is married to a guy named Jeff, who is a sex offender of molesting children. But he doesn't do that anymore, and they're perfectly happy, and I'm happy that they're happy, even though he was convicted of SA against a child. Is it wrong for me to be okay with that because he's changed?
I think that person should be not in the fucking public for the rest of their life.
It happened. They said it happened when he was like 12, though.
Wait, maybe that's wait. He's 12 and did that to who?
They said that it happened when he was 12, and he did it to like a 9-year-old.
That's so crazy.
But
that's still crazy.
So, but I don't know. I'm tired. But yeah, but I mean, I just wanted to come on and say, because your question is, do you support Trump or why? And I mean, okay, you say that he was, held liable for SA. Sorry, I almost said it. But I just, he can do wrong things, but I still think he's better as president, and I'll just always think, actually, in my opinion, any president is better than Biden.
Can you name to me one thing that Trump could do that says that you would not vote for him?
If he killed somebody.
That's the only way?
I think so, yeah.
So if he raped someone, that wouldn't be enough?
Well, oh my God, I don't know how to answer your questions, Parker. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I didn't even like Trump at all when he first ran for office, but, doing things that he said he would do, not everything was.
No, hold up. I'm sorry. You would still vote for Trump even though he raped someone if you knew that was true?
No, but I don't know it. I don't know it to be true.
No, you wouldn't vote for him.
No, but I don't know it to be true.
What other things would you say that you wouldn't vote for him for?
I wouldn't vote for him if he killed somebody. I wouldn't vote for him if he was a drug user. If he raped somebody in.
I'm sorry. You had to take a second. I'm sorry. You had to take a second to think about whether or not you'd support him, given the fact that he essayed someone. But when it relates to whether or not he's a drug user, immediately, if they're a drug user, you couldn't support them.
No, because I hate drug users.
Why do you hate drug users?
Because that's what killed my mom.
But what does it have to do with other people who use drugs?
I don't know. It's just I just don't like drug users because that's what killed my mom. So yeah.
What about rapists that lead to the deaths of individuals? You hate drugs, but you're mad on grape?
No.
And mad on pedos?
No. I mean, when I get off here, I'm going to have to look up the history of Trump because I really don't hear all this stuff on the news. Everybody on the news, supports Trump.
Everyone on the news, well, because you're watching Fox and Friends, and that's it.
I know, but it's
you should probably engage with other content, right?
Well, I can't watch Oklahoma news because you don't hear about anything, like
Yeah, I understand that. So like this, Jennifer, this is why I would recommend the internet, right? Because I mean, maybe you haven't heard about this, but there's a lot of different beliefs out there when it relates to the social media, right? You can find it on YouTube, you can find it on TikTok, you can find it in academia, right? In academia, you can read studies, right? Studies of where there are individuals that conduct these studies of different types of opinions, some conservative, some liberal, right? Some moderate, right? And the best possible evidence that you can get are going to come from these types of studies.
Okay, so like I don't see anything like on YouTube or TikTok, but the other website that I should look at, what was it?
Oh, that I just said?
Website. Yeah, which website did you say last?
I said YouTube, TikTok, right? I brought up you can go into Google Scholar, and look at different types of studies,
Well, then I'll have to do that before.
like peer-reviewed articles. Right? I have in my bio, I actually have like a bibliography. Like I have a bunch of different sources with a bunch of different topics. So if you want to look through some of them, there's vaccines, there's other types of topics as well, right? You can look through stuff like that. We're also setting one up for like Trump, right, as well. So we should have that here pretty soon as well.
Okay, well, I do have to go though because I have to work early in the morning at like 5 o'clock. So.
All right. Thank you for coming on. Appreciate it.
Bye.
All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, if you like my content, make sure to follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. We're going to go on to the next person. Please only do send a guest request. If you disagree, y'all, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. We are in the future, Matt. We are in the future. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only do send a guest request. If you disagree, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request. If you disagree, if you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
53 years old.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
No, I do not.
All right, well, I do appreciate you coming on. I am just looking for some debates, though. Thank you very much. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only do send a guest request. If you disagree, y'all, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. But yeah, Sailor, I want to say I appreciate it, everyone. All the gifts, everyone. Everyone's been going crazy on the Venmo. I still can't get anything here on TikTok, so it's really unfortunate. TikTok's kind of screwing me over there, but y'all have been crazy on the Cash Apps and the Venmo recently, y'all. So I do appreciate everyone who's been helping out there, everyone. I do get 100% of the proceeds there, so that's like the best way to give stuff to me, everyone, if you do want to support me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
Everything that he said that was going to happen with him being out of office has happened.
Like what?
Inflation, when he says inflation and the bubble popping, eventually he said, let me remind you, gas prices will be $6 or $7, at the pump, which it was for a short time. I also think when it came to the debate on employment, it's because employment's higher because you need more than one person working in the home plus a roommate just to survive.
So economists
Because
did
the
predict this, and
economy's so bad.
this would be in relation to like the particular response that we had to like COVID, and also like the trends that were happening in relation to like OPEC and other types of oil things in general. So like the idea here is that you would have to give me any type of reason to believe that like there would be different types of conditions given the fact that Trump was president.
Yeah, that's true. And I would also say that another thing that made me leery is just before re-election, COVID mysteriously got released, which I watched a documentary of this woman. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't remember her name, but she had a gag order for so many years that this started way back, like in 1996, where they started creating COVID in a laboratory. And then it was in North Carolina and then got moved to Wuhan, China. And then they tried blaming it on bats. They tried blaming it on other things.
Okay. So
Did
so
you ever
first of all,
watch
you'd have to
that
justify that to me.
With
I
that
haven't watched
lady?
the documentary that you're referencing, but we don't have conclusive evidence in terms of where the particular virus came from. It could be the case that it's from a virology lab that they were studying these types of viruses, coronaviruses,
And then it got
right?
released.
Or it could be through a zoonotical leap in the area. There
I'm
are
just seeing
thousands,
patterns.
hundreds of thousands of different viruses that can be or can make a jump, like a zoonotical leap, right?
Yeah.
All the time. Right. So it is the case that this type of stuff does happen, especially in relation to mutations. And then secondly, when it relates to like the lab one, again, you would have to give me reason to believe that it would be like intentional. It sounds like you're trying to make that
I was watching
claim.
like things when they try to say like mutations and stuff like that. They said that it would take like thousands of years or hundreds of years or whatever to actually be able to pass on from a bat to a human and stuff like that. And a lot of the people that did
So you'd have to relate to that specifically, but like it is the case that constantly these things are happening, right? So this has been happening for generations. I'm guessing coronaviruses have been around for a very long time in interaction with humans. So like that, I mean, if that is true, it still is the case that it could make that jump.
Okay. The reason why
Which I'm pretty sure it is true because I know it does take a long time, but.
Yeah, the reason why I support him though is he was a businessman. Yeah, he failed a couple times and stuff like that. I know he wasn't a politician, and I think that's why I liked him. He was kind of blunt and straightforward. He wasn't scared to just be himself. He didn't have to read off a script, you know? I kind of respected that as an American. He felt like he really cared about the people on how he spoke. And you know, I've watched Fox News, I've watched CNN. I try to discern both sides. I also am a big fan of Anonymous before they got taken out because they were for the people. Really like that group before they were arrested. Have you ever watched them?
So I do want to say that he like I haven't seen like the rest or anything, but like Trump reads off the teleprompter all the time. I don't know why you're like.
He also goes off of, you know, like he'll start thinking to himself and he's like.
So does
I'm
Biden, and people make fun of Biden for doing that.
Yeah, Biden, he shouldn't be in office. I mean, I feel bad for him. He's like.
Neither should Trump. I feel bad for Trump. He shouldn't be in office either.
Why do you think that?
Well, it is the case. I think that both Trump and Biden are not fit to be president.
I respect that. I mean, I don't think Trump's gonna get.
If I can't, as a 21-year-old, run for office, what makes me think that like someone of their age, right, should be able to run for office?
Yeah.
Siggy, thank you so much for the $25 Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Right, that's they're past life expectancy. Like unironically, they're past average life expectancy.
I think because Trump was like the billionaire that ran into all the billionaires, and they have all their parties and shit like that, and then he decided to just like turn against them all. And that's what made him a wild card, and like everybody, and then they started like really hating him because he's been to those parties. And, you know, when you see the things, oh, I groped a woman and stuff like that. Yes, that's inappropriate, but I'm sure it's so common amongst all those rich people that they do that all the time. You know what I mean? And they had it on record.
We should not be accepting of that behavior.
It
if that
shouldn't
happens
be.
all the time,
No.
that we need to
And I think-
rid that of
I think
society.
it's strange
We need to
that-
acknowledge the normalization of it and rid it from society. It shouldn't be used as an excuse. It should be used as a reason to dismantle.
Yeah. There's just a lot of things that I don't know. I think he was a businessman. I remember watching, I think a TikTok or something. I know it's not like, you know, factual or anything, but there was a girl from Korea, and she was saying how people respected Trump in other countries, like the leaders, because they didn't know what the heck he was going to do, because he wasn't a normal politician, that they like shook his hand and just like kind of, he was very stern. He was business. He was like that, you know? So they weren't really like messing with him or trying to send us threats and stuff like North Korea as usual.
Yeah, so I don't think I think they laughed at him. If you look at the G7 summit, world leaders literally laughed at him, and he got so angry that he ended up having to like leave the circumstance. I can send
Really?
you an article on Putin laughing at him as well. So like
Okay.
international entities were laughing at him. It wasn't just Putin, but it
Oh.
was also I'm pretty sure it was also Gaddafi. I have to look back,
But
but
you
like
don't think they're
there were
laughing at
many
Biden,
individuals
but not the
that were
mic?
laughing at him. There was also the scenario with Rocket Man. We called him Rocket Man, Rocket Boy. I mean. It is the case that so
Oh,
like
North
I don't
Korea.
know. I think
Yeah.
yeah, like
He
Kim Jong Un.
poked
So like
jokes at him?
I don't
Yeah.
think conditions were good.
Yeah. And I don't know. That's why I support him. I just think he was different. He was the wild card. He was something different, and it was something that I felt like we needed. When it came to the re-elections, he had the COVID virus right towards the end. I mean, every politician hated him. There's no doubt about it. That's why they're so certain to not get him reelected. They're going to do everything they can. You've never seen another president threatened so many times. They're just after him. I doubt he is going to get 2024. I really doubt it. But I mean, do I think his intentions were good? Yes. Was he a good man? Probably partially, but you know, everybody is human and there is rights and wrongs. And I don't think any of those politicians have any good intentions.
So wait, you think Trump was the most respected U.S. president?
I wouldn't say respected. I would say he was a wild card. So they weren't really messing with him. They didn't know what he was going to do because of his temper and how he was, because he was just straight business. Right now we have China and Russia coming up with their own currency.
I don't know. I think he's pretty easy to determine what he's going to do.
Well, if you
Madison, thank you so much for the $5 Venmo. Thank you.
I'm saying what's going on right now. So, the USA has always had the upper hand with currency and trades across the waters and stuff, and getting things in. And right now, because Biden pissed off Russia, he's trying to team up with China to create their own currency to bring down the USA value in general.
Oh, are you just trying to talk about BRICS?
I don't know. That's just what I remember hearing about.
Yeah, so BRICS specifically, that's not going to last in my eyes when it relates to the gold standard. As gold standards, if we were to adopt them globally, would kind of like really hurt like global trade. It would increase deficits when it relates to trade because you have to essentially it's harder to move currency that would relate to that, and there's less information that would be able to move back and forth. So BRICS is not sustainable long term. Like I don't think anyone that understands economics like to a large extent really takes BRICS like extremely seriously. It's more or less like it's more or less for trade and for show on an economic like I mean like a world stage more or less.
So, and at one point, I seen that Ukraine was the third highest country for sex trafficking, human trafficking, and child trafficking, which was weird. That
What country?
Ukraine.
Where'd
That's
you get
what I
that
remember.
information from? That they were number 2 or number 3 for that?
I just I think I was just Googling or something, or I watched a video. I can't remember. If you wanna
So we probably
it was
need
like
reason
human
to believe this to be
trafficking, and I
true.
thought it was interesting because I was like, I don't remember how I came across
What
it, but I was
does-
reading it.
Human trafficking. All right, let's look this up. The government of Ukraine does not fully meet the minimum standards for the elimination of trafficking, but is making significant efforts to do so. The government demonstrated overall increasing efforts compared to the previous reporting. They remain on tier 2, so there's like tiers. So that's not in terms of they're not number 2 in the world. They're just tier 2 in terms of like the states like the U.S. Department of State's recognition. So like the tiers are like different levels of their reduction of trafficking and like in particular areas and like protection and stuff
Okay. Yeah. So I just thought that was
and like their
strange.
prevention.
The other thing that was upsetting to me, what's happened recently is, pulling out of Afghanistan, and we left millions of dollars of military equipment. that now Hamas has control of that bombed Israel.
Oh, you have to give me evidence that they have control of that stuff, Hamas. One, two. When it relates to this, any pullout of any place, we leave stuff behind. Every single pullout of every single place in American history, when it relates to war, there was stuff left behind. Right.
Yeah.
The thing is, they make it so it's not functional, right? And they decommission it. Right. The same thing would have happened under Trump's administration. So I don't know why people bring this up as a point, as the same sort of stuff would have had to happen under Trump. There would have been almost no distinction in the pullout between Trump and Biden. Like no distinction. Like these are not determined by Trump and Biden.
Well,
these are determined by the military experts and
when they pulled out, they left behind 6 military of our own people at first. I was talking to a friend about it who's a Marine. He's like, no, we didn't leave anyone behind. And I Googled again, and all of a sudden it was off the internet. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I don't see us leaving anyone behind.
But that's
so no. There is misinformation that's spreading around about this stuff. I didn't see there anything about that ever.
Yeah.
Chelsea, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it.
That, like I support Palestine and Israel. I mean, Israel got attacked in the middle of the night, and now, all the bad stuff's happening. And
do you condemn the IDF occupying the West Bank?
Do I condemn them what?
Do you condemn them occupying the West Bank?
Who? Palestine?
And like taking land? No, the IDF, the Israel state government. Like, do you condemn them occupying and taking lands?
No, I don't. I mean, yeah.
You don't condemn that?
No, I support Israel and I support Palestine. I feel like on my side with that is that innocent people are getting killed because of terrorists in general and the government.
Wait, so by the definition that you're imposing to say that Hamas is considered a terrorist, couldn't you consider the Israel state government to also be considered terrorists by that definition?
Their own people.
No, by that definition, couldn't you consider the Israel state government to also be considerably terrorists? There's innocent killings on both sides.
They established themselves as a government. So I watched it.
You understand there are more innocent civilians that have died on the side of Palestine compared to Israel, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing that, and it's really
significantly more innocent Palestinians.
Yeah, that's really sad. And the U.S. Backs up Israel, but Israel was attacked first, so now they're saying, hey, now we can justify to attack back. But it all started the Palestinian people. So,
but why isn't that used for like Palestinians?
I just wanted to tell
Palestinians. Wait. Palestinians are getting their territory encroached upon. That's the same argument that people use when they support Hamas. You understand that, right?
So I watched the guy on TikTok that's the son of Hamas, the founder of Hamas, and he was saying, people in the West, stay out of it. He was saying, we kill Hamas. We're going to take them out. You don't know what you're talking about when you guys are talking about taking sides unless you're out here. So to pretty much keep our mouths shut, because unless we're out there, we don't know what's going on. And he said, "What?"
I think that we can determine
what
some things.
Are you talking about the Hijab or the people or the Hamas? And there's corruption out there.
No, so I think that we can clearly be against Hamas, and we can clearly be against the actions of the Israel state government.
I know that it's happened under the Biden administration. Whether it would have happened or not beforehand, I can't tell you, but that's what's going on. And
wait, this was happening under Trump as well. This has been happening for a long time.
Yes, they've always been at war, but not like this.
What do you mean not like this? Right? What do you mean?
Not to where. Not to this extent is from my understanding.
What are you talking about? Innocent Palestinians have been dying for a long time.
Yes, because they throw their own children out to get killed in front of
no.
Right?
That is no. Palestinians are not throwing their children out to die. No, it is the case that no. What are you talking about?
That's what I've heard from being in America. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but so. In America, there's a lot of propaganda that's going around, and I know that can be said for both sides, but that absolutely I think is propaganda. I think the idea that them referencing the human shields is not held up by the data, as like for example, right? The use of white phosphorus gas. Hold on. The use of white phosphorus gas particularly is not good for isolating particular targets, right? It's actually by international law, by the UN, it's been condemned, right? The usage of white phosphorus gas, right? Because of that exact reason. So if they were specifically trying to target Hamas, right, and not trying to unalive innocent civilians, and it's the human shield sort of thing, right, because it's Hamas doing that, not Palestinians, right, then it would be the case that they wouldn't use white phosphorus gas.
But how would we know any of this information without being out there? Honestly, just like the guy said, West, stay out of it.
We have the ability to confirm certain things.
I've seen the videos where they're saying, "Hey, death to America" during 9/11 and stuff like that. You know, they've always given us a bad eye on Palestinians, but I feel like
there's nothing wrong with Palestinians. There's nothing wrong with the Israeli people. This is simply a conflict that doesn't even relate to that, right?
Okay.
Wait, so what we want to do is we want to make sure that people do not associate Palestinians with Hamas, and we don't want to make it so that people associate Israeli citizens, right, or Israeli civilians with the Zionist government, okay? There's a fundamental distinction, right? Because oftentimes, right, people can get those two interlocked and think that they're the same. And that in of itself produces bigotry, xenophobia, hatred, right? Anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, right? Islamophobia or phobia, right? Across the board, we could relate to that, right? So I think it's very important to mention that there is a clear distinctions between that.
Also, can I tell you something interesting? China recently did. My friend sent me a message, said that China took Israel off the map. Like they do mapping and they just put Egypt already. Like it's just kind of weird.
I would have to see.
Yeah, just Google it. See if China took Israel off the map and put Egypt. I'm annoying your viewers, some of them, so I can get off soon. I'm not trying to annoy anybody.
No, I think I want to debate this. I want to respond to this. I want you to respond to what I'm saying too. But so Israel being removed off the map in the midst of Israel's conflict with Gaza, the two major map platforms, China, Alibaba, and Baidu, have removed the name Israel. So these are just two major platforms, like Alibaba and Baidu in China. It's not China, but it's Chinese map platforms.
I just thought it was interesting.
Viewers are able to see Israel's neighboring countries of Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, while Jewish state's name is missing. That's for Alibaba and Baidu.
Okay.
Although the change appears to have been a wartime decision made as the conflict rages between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, but the companies have offered no explanation for the change, refusing to comment to a Wall Street Journal inquiry about the practice.
I just thought it strange.
Yeah. What about it though?
I just thought it was strange. I just wanted to point it out.
So that's one. It's not China. Two, it's not like related to what we were talking about.
I know. We got off subject, so I just thought I would bring that up.
Yeah. I mean, if we want
go on to the next person, I know
no, you're fine. Like, I mean, I want to debate this, but
yeah.
So if you want to stay up, you can. I want to debate this if you do.
I'm good. I think you know. Yeah. I said what I said. Okay, have a good night.
Sure. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Also, everyone, tap that screen straight to 500,000 likes, everyone. 500,000 likes, y'all. As well, if you do want to support me, everyone, share the live, copy links, send it to a few friends. You can do so infinitely, and if we run up the shares, it does help get it out to way more people. The algorithm was working really weird in the beginning, but I think it's kind of stabilized and started to work now. So I think we're mostly fine here, everyone. We're mostly fine here. All right, it's not accepting this person. We're going to try the next one. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Why can't we gift you? TikTok glitch, and it's not letting me get gifts. So you do have to support me through Venmo and Cash App if you do want to. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Is there a way you can fix your mic? I can barely hear you. Yeah, it's not good enough to hear you. I do appreciate you coming on, though, man. All right, let's go to the next person. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Please only do send a guest request if you disagree, all. All right, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, AK, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hello? Yeah, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 20.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say to answer what you said about Israel.
I am just looking for disagreeers, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait a minute.
Okay, well, I exited them out immediately. Anyway, that was an accident. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, why so?
I feel like mainly, I guess what brought me to it was the black community. I feel like the black community was a lot better off under Trump's leadership than what we are under Biden's leadership.
What makes you think that?
Well, if you look at, one of the big things you see right now going on is replacement theory. You see what's going on with the people south of the border coming across. The wages are down. There's just so many reasons. Look at what's going on in Chicago.
So are you referencing the Great Replacement theory?
No, it's not really a great replacement theory. It's just what's happening. If you look at all the migrants in Chicago, they're actually taking black people out of these neighborhoods, out of these the homes where they put them in, the homeless shelters and stuff, and they're kicking them out and they're filling them up with migrants. And there's people there like seriously protesting.
Can you give me a source for that?
Everything. I mean, it's everywhere. If you just look it up, Google it in the news. I can't give you a source right now. I'm not in front of my computer, but it's happening.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can confirm that it's happening. There seems to be a trust me, bro.
I mean, you don't got to trust me. I'm just telling you what's going on in that community.
Okay. So can you give me any reason to believe that, like, say, immigrants would be like taking Americans' jobs?
I'm not saying that immigrants are taking Americans' jobs. I haven't seen that happen, and I don't believe that's real. I believe that there's a lot of jobs out here in this country for people who are willing to work and want to do these jobs. And I think there was probably more jobs when, I'm not going to say there was more jobs. It just seems like there was more of a willingness to work. There was more pride in this country back when Trump was president. I think if you look at, there's just so much stuff going on. Like if you look in the schools, my son's schools.
Here, let's address two things. So, like, first off, we're saying that, like, people are better off. Let's say economically speaking, people are better off. Does that indicate specifically that, like, Biden caused people to be worse off?
No, that doesn't indicate that.
No. So okay. So then what specifically would tell you that, like, you know, Biden put us in a worse condition?
I mean, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say job numbers, and you're going to pick some numbers that agree with your point. But I would say if you look at this war, that has put us in a worse position that we would not be in if Trump was president. The fact that Biden became president.
So by the way, I just want to clarify. I don't pick things to support my point, right? There's evidence, and then my point is derived from the evidence.
Okay. So look at the peace accords that Trump had with Saudi Arabia and Israel, as opposed to when Biden comes in president, he gets back on this Iran deal, which Iran is a really big opponent.
That didn't even involve, by the way, that didn't involve Palestine.
The support that Iran gave to Palestine.
That peace referendum didn't even involve Palestine.
It didn't need to involve Palestine. I'm saying
why did it not need to involve Palestine?
Because the deal that Biden made with Iran, the continuing to support them with nukes, weapons, and all this stuff, and this financial support.
Iran? No. So what you were referencing was like between the UAE and like Israel and stuff like that, because it was like
correct. That
it was essentially about like allowing Israel to do what they were doing in the area. That's really all it was about. Iran, you're talking about is separate. I'm pretty sure.
Well, Iran would have been kept at bay because of that. the Saudis would have been held in Iran at bay. Iran is the biggest enemy of the Saudis in that region. The Saudis were in alliance with Israel because of Trump. And now the Iranians are supporting Hamas to attack Iran.
So, okay, so what's your point?
The point is, if Biden would have followed through with the peace accords like Trump had planned, we would not be in this situation.
If Trump what? Sorry, say that again.
Do you know what the peace accords are?
You're talking about the peace accords between
yes,
between Israel and like the neighboring countries.
Yes, yes. The fact that Biden...
Can you give me a reason to believe that that wouldn't have happened under Biden?
Because one of the agreements was the stopping the funding of Iran. The Saudis didn't want America to fund Iran.
Okay.
The funding that we gave to Iran and are still giving to Iran is being used to support Hamas.
Can you give me a reason to believe that?
Well, it's just the sources I read. I think it was Graham Allen. You can look on his shows that there was meetings
Who's
held.
Graham Allen?
He's a podcaster.
So should we be looking at podcasters? That's like someone sourcing me.
Yeah, no, you're not a reliable. Well, I'm not going to say that.
Neither is any other podcaster.
No, they're not.
So then why are you sourcing a podcaster?
I'm just letting you know what's going on in the world right now. These things would not be
by
happening.
sourcing a podcaster?
These things would not be happening under the leadership of Trump. 100% everybody.
So can you
knows
indicate that? How do you know that to be true?
Because Trump's brain works and Biden's doesn't.
How do you know that Trump's brain works?
Because he can hold together a coherent sentence.
So can Biden. Biden might have some mental degradation that we've seen over the years, but he can still put together a coherent sentence.
He had extreme mental degradation before he was president. And people were still willing to vote for him, and I can't believe that.
Yeah, it's because Trump is that bad, right? Do you understand that Trump went for the very basis of our democratic institutions?
I think Trump was trying to do what was best for all Americans. He wasn't trying to pick
by
and
lying
choose
about the election, by trying to do what's best for himself.
What did he lie about?
The election. He says that the election, there was sufficient evidence to indicate that it was stolen.
There was sufficient evidence. There was lots.
Where?
So the way these judges, well, first off, the mail-in voting.
The judges that were literally put into place because of Trump.
You still have people ballot stuff in drop boxes to this day in Democratic primaries. These are the things that they caught them doing back in.
Can you give me evidence that that's true in accordance with Biden supporters? Because they caught that with Trump supporters as well. You understand that, right? Like that happens in almost every election. If I can actually send you something from CISA, right, that shows that this was the safest election in recorded history.
I really doubt that this was the safest election.
It was.
Ever.
Right? Can you give me any reason to believe otherwise? I can send you again a thing from CISA.
Well, one of the biggest reasons is that we use foreign softwares for our votes. What other country?
Are you trying to talk about Dominion servers?
Is that a foreign software? Is that how?
What do you consider? What do you mean by foreign software?
Anything that is not housed, stored, and controlled by Americans, that's foreign.
It is house control. Wait, what do you mean? It's controlled by Americans?
It's not. It's a Canadian company. Their headquarters is in Canada.
No, but is the information controlled by Americans?
No, it can't be.
Can you give me a source on that?
I don't have these sources written down, Parker. I didn't plan to debate you. My wife was looking at your show and she told me to come on. These are the things you plan to talk about. I didn't plan this to come here. So I can't give you a source on that, but best believe that is not an American company.
Okay, so what is your full claim again? Your full claim is that election supplies.
There were a lot of dead people voting for Biden.
Data not controlled by U.S.
It is not U.S.
Okay, and then also see dead people voting. Dead people vote in every election. People vote, and then election happens. Sheila, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And also, Israel and Iran, we're battling in Trump's administration. Just letting you know.
You believe dead people voting in elections means that elections are secure?
No, I mean, I think it happens in every single election, and it does show insecurity
It
in
doesn't.
election, right? In certain scenarios, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that like it shows that this is like a more insecure election than others. Actually,
Dead
proportionally
people.
speaking, comparative to other elections, again, I can send you something right now that shows you that it is the case that there is less, there was likely less election. I mean, not likely that there was the safest election in recorded history. Again, from
just
CISA, I
watched
can
a
send it to you right
video
now.
of a Democrat going back and forth stuffing ballots in drop boxes about 5 or 6 times.
And by the way, it is controlled by the U.S. I don't know where you got that information from.
It is not.
You
The
can,
man is
yes, it
not
is.
US. Okay.
No, but the information is U.S.
All right. The information, the votes, what are the
The voter registration databases and associated IT systems are literally managed by in the U.S. Yes, by CISA. As well.
So why do you believe
helps,
that this
helps
is the most
rule in that?
secure? Why do you believe this election was secure?
Because there's evidence indicating that to be true. That's what the CISA says, right? That's they went
is
over
the
this
evidence
cybersecurity.
what is the evidence?
I can send you the source.
Because
look up-
Cyber
you can
Ninjas
also
can
just
send you, I can send you sources where Cyber Ninja says that it was not secure.
please send it.
Okay, I will send that to you. I will get you to report some Cyber Ninjas and audit that
Yeah,
they did.
look up joint statement from elections infrastructure
front of my
government
computer right
coordinating
now.
council. Okay, well, this
I'm
is
not
from
in front of my
CISA, that the America's Cyber Defense Agency, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. This is from the United States government, right? And it shows that there's no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised in that particular reason. And it was the safest election in recorded history, the most secure election.
So why don't Biden supporters actually support Biden? Why is it when you look at these Biden rallies, there's like 20 people there and there's like thousands
Because
of people?
people don't like Biden. People hate Trump.
Okay. So you think people hated Trump so much that they went and voted for
Yep.
dude with a walnut?
For Biden,
him?
yes.
And you think that our
voting for
country is in a better spot in the world stage with that man leading it? Do you think
Yes.
Do you think Biden is actually in control?
Snickering, thank you so much for the $25 cash app. Thank you so much.
Do you believe Biden is actually in control of this country? Is he actually the man making decisions?
He is president, yes.
But do you think he's actually making the decisions, policy? Because when he gets
wait,
on
sorry,
stage,
say that
he
one more
likes to
time.
talk
Sorry,
about
say that
ICE.
again.
Do you think Biden is actually making policy because he gets on stage and talks about how much he
Yes,
likes
Biden does influence policy, yes.
But does he make the policy?
He doesn't write the policy himself. No president does.
Okay.
It's written by people in Congress, right? And he can influence it.
So you think the country is better off being led by a person who can't remember what he had for breakfast as opposed to being led by Trump, a businessman?
I don't think Trump can necessarily, and I think Biden can remember what he had for breakfast most days. But there are some days where some people don't remember what they have for breakfast, and I don't think that means that they're irrational. But I think that both Biden and Trump are irrational because they're both Christian.
So you don't like Christians?
No, I just think Christians are irrational.
Okay. Based on what? What makes Christians?
Hey, whoever just said based, I agree. W.
Do you think? So this is a Christian country. You think this experiment of freedom and democracy?
I think most people hold irrational views in the U.S. Right? I'm not saying in every single scenario, right, that someone is irrational. What I'm saying is that they hold irrational views, right? You can hold a rational view and then hold an irrational view, right? I do think that like Christianity does entail contradictions, right? People can disagree with me on that and they can dispute that, but then we can have a debate on that.
Right. So if do you think we would be better off having a president who's not Christian to lead this country?
Yeah.
Because we never had.
I think we'd be better off if we had politicians that are not Christian, because I do think that, like, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I do think that this applies across the board, regardless of whether or not they're left wing or right wing. Because the idea is that, like, if you don't hold a rational belief when it relates to something like theology, how can we expect you to hold rational beliefs when it relates to policy?
So you think?
How can we expect you not to be biased?
You think atheism is rational?
It's better, yeah.
The idea that everything came from nothing. And
That's not atheism. Atheism is either the idea that there are no gods or supernatural beings that create the universe, or the idea that you have a lack of a belief in a god.
Okay.
So is that to like get rid of any kind of creative thinking?
Gotcha. So do you think that gets rid of creative thinking?
Like what? Sorry, what again?
Does that get rid of your
Religion?
ability? No,
There's like
the belief in
hemispheres
nothing.
to the brain, and they all.
I don't think that anyone believes nothing leads to something existing.
Gotcha. So I want to get back to debate about why I support Trump. Another reason I had strong support Trump for was the ideas that he had, his platinum plan for the black community. The ideas, I think there's a lot that the Democratic Party does.
Wait, the plan that he held over people's heads, dangled over people's heads to vote for him when he could have passed it while he was in office?
Yes.
He was in office and he said, vote for me and I'll give this to you. We'll pass it right now. Do
Well,
it.
there's a lot of stuff he did do for the black community. Stuff. Funding
Why didn't
that
he do this?
gave.
Why didn't he do it before? Why do you have to dangle it above people's heads to get them to vote
Perhaps
for
it
him?
could have been a time thing. Perhaps it could have been timing in itself to.
No, it was to dangle it over people's heads. That's literally the
Exactly, but
Exactly.
If you look at what the Democratic Party does, they dangle free phones, food stamps, Obamacare. They dangle stuff over our heads all the time. And our
I don't think
community,
that's dangling. I think that's trying to help people out who are being disadvantaged, right? In the scenario in which it is with Trump, he could have helped them. He could have done it right now. There was actually
What I'm
nothing
gonna
stopping him, right?
what I'm trying to say is
Because Democrats
black
would
people-
support that. You understand
The
that,
black
right? Like, there's
community-
not Democrats that would. Like, there's not many Democrats that would stop him from doing that.
The black community has continued to suffer under the leadership of Democrats. Voting for Democrats have gotten black people in this country nowhere.
Can you give me a reason that it's going to be worse off for people given that Democrats are in office?
Well, inflation is probably the biggest reason that things are worse.
Can you give me a
of the
reason
Democrats.
that inflation is specifically caused by Biden?
The money that we sent to Ukraine, all the
So
money
that's
that
a loan that was repurposed from our military budget that we were already spending, and secondly, that has nothing to do with inflation.
Okay, so that's a loan, and all that money is going to go back into the pockets of Raytheon, who donates to the Democrat Party and the Republican Party.
No, it's not going to go to no. So that money is going to go
shit.
back to the United States government to be used in the future because there's going to be interest on that.
How
loan
can
as
that
well.
money go back to the United States government when they're about to lose this war to Russia? It's
They're
not.
not. Gonna,
coming
they're
back.
not. They're not about to lose the war. Where are you getting that information from?
Russia has taken control of everything that it wanted. It wanted Crimea. It has Crimea. It doesn't.
Crimea was
have-
2014.
Well, what was the place that they were taking? I can't remember the name of it.
They were going into like pretty sure like the Donbass region, right? But they've been like losing that area. They've been like losing land. Like if anything, it's actually been in like a worse standpoint for Russia.
They're not losing ever since this war with Israel.
No. For what we expected. Like honestly, most people expected Ukraine to get decimated.
No, I agree. Yeah, we expected Ukraine to get decimated, but
And what
they're
happened?
not- Russia didn't do as well as people probably thought they would do, and that's a good thing. I don't think war over there is a good idea. But what I'm saying is Russia, the reason you don't see Russia taking a lot is because they're not trying. They're not pushing as hard as they could or as hard as they want to be. And if they were smart, they wouldn't do that. Russia is doing pretty well for themselves. If you look at how long they've been over there fighting, how long
I don't
they've
know.
had
Have you
been-
looked at their currency? Look at their currency valuation.
the ruble?
Yeah.
I'm more so interested in BRICS, but
BRICS is terrible for
But yes.
for long term stability in terms of currency.
Russia did spend a lot of money and lose a lot of money on this war. But America is a country that's not even involved in a war. And look at how much money we spent and we lost at this war. Look at our dollar. Look at our inflation. Look at what we've lost to support Ukraine because of Biden.
That wasn't
because
to
of the-
support. That has nothing to do with us supporting Ukraine.
It has everything to do with us supporting Ukraine.
No, it has not. No economist would agree with you. Not a single fucking one. I guarantee you couldn't find a single economist that would tell you that that's true. That has nothing to do with inflation.
Okay. So you don't think that the money we spent over there would have been better spent
No.
on American?
No, because like the idea is that that's going to actually limit stuff in the future from happening, right? Like if it is the case that like Ukraine was seceded to Russia, essentially, that sets precedent for countries like China, annexing Taiwan, right, and other countries that are nuclear powers going and engaging in imperialism with countries around them. That's more likely to
China-
happen given that scenario, right? Secondly, when it
China
relates to
thinks
this is still a loan. Nextly, right, this is 1/4 of our net interest payment on our debt. Okay. Do you understand this is such a small percentage of our overall budget?
You said that our involvement in that war was going to deter other people. China sent 6 destroyers to the Middle East. Was that either today or yesterday?
I'm talking about
They're not-
Taiwan.
And I'm okay. You don't think that they're going to take Taiwan next?
I think that's what was expected, and it would have been expedited given the fact that we didn't respond to the Russia-Ukraine circumstance.
Well, what they're waiting on is for us to put boots on the ground and us to be occupied somewhere else so that they can take Taiwan. They
I don't
sent
think-
6
boots. We're not going to boots on the ground anywhere else.
I think we will soon.
Like not in terms of like engaging in war. Like we have boots. We have boots in many military bases around the world.
Yes,
I'm
do.
talking boots on the
of
ground,
Obama, we got
fighting
boots
in military war right now.
Yes, Obama put a lot of boots on the ground in a lot of countries.
Yeah, that's just not gonna. So like, I'm not disputing that Obama has done stuff like that, but it was also the case with Trump, right? There were boots in the ground with Trump.
No, Trump was the one that was trying to get us out of these wars. Trump was the one pulling
Biden
boots
is
off.
the one who got us out, and then y'all complained when Biden did it.
Biden followed Trump's idea, but he didn't follow Trump's plan.
What was Trump's plan? Trump didn't make a plan.
Trump had a plan to slowly withdraw our military from the Middle East. And
when did he set the
said
plan?
If Al Qaeda would have not met the terms of the deal that he had with them,
You
we
mean the
would have
Taliban?
been around.
You mean the Taliban?
The Taliban. Okay, yeah. If the Taliban would have not met the terms of our agreements, then we would have been back on the ground and we would have not left all of that functional equipment over there. You said that America destroys
No, it was
equipment.
not functional. It was not functional.
was
One,
functional.
two. When they do this, by the way,
Databases over
every
there.
single time they pull out of anywhere, whether it be Trump, whether it be Biden, whether it be any other president, they leave stuff every single time.
I saw videos of them driving our
Name one that they didn't. Name one single time that we pulled out of an area that we did not leave anything.
We left functional
Name one
equipment for them to use.
Name one time where we have not left.
America
equipment
never
when we
leaves
pulled out of an
functional
area.
equipment. America has never left functional
Name a
equipment.
single time. Name a single time.
America has never left functional equipment in the hands of the enemy, ever.
Can you give me evidence of that?
And we typically don't abandon bases. We typically continue to operate those bases.
Can you give me
forever.
any evidence, or are you
America's
just making
the only-
claims that are trust me bros?
Dude, the evidence
These
is
are
there.
trust me bros.
So you're disagreeing with the fact that we left functional equipment for the Taliban to use, that they weren't taking pictures of our AR-15s.
So there were probably some functional. I'm saying most was not functional, right? It is the case that so like for example, right? Yeah, people are saying in the chat Vietnam, right? You're saying we didn't leave anything in Vietnam.
We were done with that region. That leaving anything in Vietnam had no effect on global climate at all.
So you just lied then. You just said we didn't leave anything anywhere, and then now we did.
I can't tell you what we did in Vietnam.
So yeah, you don't know, and yet you're making claims on it.
I'm telling you what Biden did. Biden left functional equipment in the hands of the biggest enemy of America.
Give me a single other point in history where we did not leave any equipment in the place that we left.
Okay.
Militarily speaking, please give me one single place.
Let's look at Syria, for example. We pulled out of Syria. We're not operating in a conflict. There is no conflict in Syria involving the U.S. today, but we still have equipment over there, and we left men over there to guard that equipment.
I'm asking you, can you name one place where
I
we
just
left
told you
equipment,
Syria.
or where we
Syria.
didn't leave equipment?
I just told you
That's where we
Syria.
left equipment. I'm asking where we didn't
And
leave equipment.
we didn't leave it in the hands of the enemy, did we?
Can you please just answer my question?
Was ISIS ever running around with our equipment when Trump was president?
Can you please?
No,
I don't. Can you show me ISIS running around with our equipment now?
No, because Trump destroyed ISIS. What did Biden do with the Taliban? He gave them.
So then I don't know what you're talking about, right? Can you please give me any point in history in which it is the case that we did not leave
Trump ended
any
his war,
equipment? We did not leave any equipment.
When Trump ended his war with ISIS, he didn't leave any equipment in their hands.
Show me. Okay, so again, this is at the end of the thing. I'm saying in the area, didn't leave any equipment. Can you name one place?
Syria.
So can you show me a source for that?
The source is the fact that we still have soldiers guarding the equipment in Syria.
Okay, so then we haven't left the area. Holy
No, we
fuck,
haven't.
dude. I'm saying when we leave the area. Like, I don't know what's so difficult for you to understand, right? I'm asking you a very specific question.
Where Americans left weapons in the hands of the
And
enemy.
of course, you're gonna like try and shift the burden. Can you please answer it?
Because you
Stop
can't-
deflecting
it
away from my
doesn't
question,
happen.
dude.
There's no deflection. It doesn't
Can you
happen.
please? Yes, you are. You're literally not engaging. You're not engaging at all, dude.
Okay, the war with the Germans. We didn't leave any equipment in the hands of the Germans.
Because they didn't exist after. I'm talking. Can you
Germans are
please
still
give me a place?
existing.
I'm talking in terms of the Nazi Party did not exist in Germany after that point.
A lot of the
What are you
Nazis
talking
did.
about?
Okay.
Not in Germany. Not in Germany. They went to fucking Argentina and they built societies like what is it called? Colonia Dignidad.
The Korean War. When we left
Yeah, so
Korea,
the Korean
we
War.
did not
You're saying
leave-
we did.
We didn't leave hand.
So can you give me a
weapons in
source for that?
South Korea.
Can you give me a source that we left no weapons that was taken by North Korea?
We didn't leave.
And also, by the way, aren't we still in South Korea?
We're not engaged in. We train.
When-
our
when
army.
did we
We're
leave?
not engaged for training. We're not engaged in conflict over there. We're in every continent, dude. America's in every
South Korea's our
continent.
ally, dude. South Korea's our ally.
America is in every continent. We're still in the Middle East.
Okay, so can you go to a place that we literally left and show me where they did not or they did not leave anything?
I'm talking about wars. Where are the places we fought wars?
Yeah, can you please just find me? There's no
Iraq
place.
War.
Okay,
The
I'm
Iraq
going to
War.
answer. I'm done. I'm done going over the same question. There is
Because
not a
there's
fucking
no
place.
other
Okay,
place that we
and
left
every
weapons
single
in the hands of
every
our
single
enemy.
time and every
Biden
and every
is the
and every
first
single
person to do
and every
this.
single time that we leave a place and every single time that we leave a place, right? We leave some equipment.
Not
That's what
in the
happens
hands
in
of
every
our
single
enemy,
circumstance.
and not as much as we left for the Taliban.
Can you give me a source that indicates it's more proportionally now?
The war in Iraq.
Can you give me evidence that indicates that it's more proportionally now in terms of the equipment comparative to the past, please?
We did not leave weapons in the hand because it's.
Can you give me evidence that it's more proportionally now than it was in the past?
The videos of the Taliban riding around in our tanks? They're riding around in our shit.
Can you please give me evidence that it's more proportionally now comparative to the past?
The evidence is out there, Park. If you don't want to see it, I can't open your eyes.
Where? Trustmebro.com?
No, the
Trustmebro.com.
Taliban riding around in our tanks, shooting our weapons in the air. They had a big
Can
celebration.
you give me? That's not proportions. That doesn't tell me statistics. Can you give me a statistic?
Base. They were bigger than some
Can
of
you give
the.
me evidence? Go give me something. Give me some evidence.
The fact
Go
that
find
they
it. I'll give you
became
time to go
like
find
what?
it. I'll give you time
What
to go
is it
find
like
it.
that?
Hey, would you like to have time to go find it?
No, I'm not gonna go find that for you. The Taliban is an army now.
No, so you're just gonna spread bullshit on my life.
Parker, it's not bullshit. The evidence is out there, dude.
It is bullshit. You won't provide anything.
I don't. Everybody knows it. The people in the chat know it, Parker.
No, what are you talking about, bro? Can you please provide me any evidence?
Dude, the evidence is out there. There's no need for that, but we can talk about
The evidence.
something.
Okay, so the evidence is out there that you're wrong.
No, Parker.
Oh,
The Taliban
yes.
has our weapons.
Yes.
This is the biggest
Yes,
army
double.
that
Yes, you're wrong.
This was
the evidence is out there that you're wrong. The evidence is out there that you're wrong.
That was the biggest goof any president has ever made in history of ever.
No, the evidence is out there.
Or like where
you're wrong.
And you're just upset because because the biggest goof ever in the history.
No, you're just
of
not applying the
presidency
same
was from a
reasoning to
Democrat.
yourself, dude. You're not applying the same reasoning to yourself.
Okay, I'm gonna go get on my computer, buddy. Since you really want to know, Parker.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So like I would love for you to find anything. And yeah, W Sheila. But yeah, keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, keep sharing the live. Copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's try to get to 5,000 shares, everyone. You can send it as many times as you want. Also, if you do want to support me, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, everyone. I'm not able to get any gifts here on TikTok. Plus, if you do want to support me, you can subscribe if you want to. You get access to sub-only chats and the sub-only emotes, y'all.
I'll give you another reason why I support Trump, though. I like him because he was the first president to ever put an openly gay person in the White House cabinet.
Didn't that happen with Obama?
No. Obama had no gay people working in his cabinet. He didn't trust gay people to make decisions. Well, I guess Obama himself is gay.
I think that's a wild assertion for you to make.
He didn't trust gay people to make decisions for him.
Can you give me evidence of that?
There was no gay people in his cabinet.
That doesn't mean that he didn't trust gay people, by the way. And also, I can send you a national archive from the White House Gov that shows the people who were LGBTQ on in his administration. Moon, thank you for the $50. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $50 Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know what you're talking about.
But yeah, that's why I like him, because he was the first person to have an openly gay person in his cabinet.
That's not true. I don't see where you're getting that.
Biden, it's just a fact. He was the first person to have an openly gay person in the White House cabinet. Trump was.
Where do you see that?
You didn't know that?
Where do you see that? Yo, Dom, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Are you trying to relate to the One Washington Blade article?
Is that what you want to call it? The Washington Blade?
Wait. Here's what it is. Here. Actually, I take this back. I take this back. It was Obama. Obama did not apparently have anything, but neither did Trump. Right. The first person was Pete Buttigieg, and that's with Biden. He's the first openly gay cabinet member in U.S. history.
Yeah, I thought it was weird that the Biden administration did that when they put Pete Buttigieg in there, because they knew that was a lie. Trump became the first president to name an openly gay person to cabinet level. This is from The Hill.
Yeah, what's the title?
The title is Trump names first openly gay person to a cabinet level position.
Did they actually get into the position?
Yeah.
Cabinet position. Okay, let's look.
But it's interesting that you brought that article up, because it shows how much liberal outlets will lie to people and how easily people can be deceived into believing that stuff.
What do you mean?
Like the fact that Trump, that they both make the same claim. Trump says that he was the first person to name a gay person to the cabinet, and so did Biden. So why would a media source?
So wait, that would just be information on both sides leading to that. That's not specific to like Democrats.
Why would a Democratic media source run that story knowing that it was true that Trump was the first person to do it, but also let Biden say that Biden was not the first?
Rick Greenough was not confirmed.
I didn't say confirm. I said name, buddy. He was the first person to name a person to his cabinet.
No. He was not. No. He was not. He did not get through. No.
I didn't say he got through. I said he named the person to his cabinet, buddy.
Oh my gosh. So then what is the relevance of that?
The relevance is that he did it. He was
Dom, thank you so much for the Cash App. Yeah, so you literally said he had him in the cabinet. Didn't you say that?
I said he was the first person to name an openly gay person to the cabinet position.
No, you said he had it in the cabinet.
Well, whether he had him in there or not,
that's what you said.
So here's
right. Like he is the first one to name it, but he didn't get through. That's why we saw conflicting information when it relates to this.
Gotcha. So the estimates.
So really, what the issue here isn't necessarily the information. It's the fact that we kind of just misremembered there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yo, Dom, thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate it.
So the estimates was $80 billion worth of equipment were seized by the Taliban, and there's a little video playing too of the Taliban holding our AR-15s as they stand in front of our Hummers.
Yeah, but could you show me that's like more proportionally to other times in history?
There is no other time in history that anything like this has ever happened. So I can't show you.
So then you can't give any type of relation, right? But actually, there is when we pull out of areas. So like, I don't know what you're talking about.
You're asking me to show you a negative, Parker. I can't show you a negative. It's just not.
Show you a negative. I don't know what you mean by that.
You're asking me to show you something.
Michelle, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it, Michelle.
You told me to show you when else in history this happened. It has never happened before. This the first time it happened was the goof that Biden did, leaving $80 billion worth of Black Hawks, tanks, Hummers, weapons, munitions. None of it destroyed, all of it functional. The Taliban they have
I don't know why you keep harping on this point. I don't see it to be specifically like indicating anything to us. Like you'd have to indicate to me that it would have been different under Trump.
It didn't happen when Trump was president for 4 years and it didn't happen.
Yeah, because you said it's never happened throughout history.
It hasn't.
So of course it didn't happen under Trump's administration because it never else happened throughout any other point in history.
Exactly. What I'm saying is this is the worst policy decision the president has ever made. Nobody would be dumb enough to do this but Biden.
Yeah, so like again, you're actually not engaging with my point at all. Right? You're really not. You have to give me a reason to believe that this would have been not something that happened under Trump, right? You'd have to give me a reason why it would have been something different, right? Which you're failing to provide.
The biggest reason I can give you as to why it wouldn't happen under Trump is because it didn't happen under Trump, and why it would happen under Biden is because it indeed did happen under Biden.
That doesn't mean that it wouldn't happen under Trump, though.
It wouldn't have because it didn't.
Okay, so 14.8% unemployment under Trump's administration. That wouldn't have happened under Biden because it didn't happen under Biden's administration. Like if Biden was in office at that time period when Trump was, that wouldn't have happened under Biden because Biden wasn't there. And it didn't happen under him. Do you realize how terrible reasoning that is? That regardless of the scenario that would have happened, because that was not related to whether or not Trump or Biden was in office, of whether or not that's going to happen, that related to other outside economic trends that were global economic trends. Why? Because there's a fucking global pandemic. Oh my gosh, it's like outside causes can be there, and it's not specific to the president in the scenario. It's almost like just if two variables are associated, it does not mean that one caused the other.
Unemployment numbers are really they're really arbitrary numbers that any administration can flip and turn into what it wants to. For instance, when Obama was president,
there was not true, not fucking true at all.
There was in the workforce and there was not in the workforce. And Obama created a third category. I think it was
Obama doesn't create categories of unemployment. Doesn't make any sense.
There was.
No, it doesn't. No, there are different methods in which you can calculate unemployment. Right, but that's determined by economists, not by Obama.
Correct. The economists can count these gig jobs as actual employment. Like your job right now, you're on here.
So those are part-time jobs. Yeah, Trump did too. Trump took the counted the gig jobs as employed.
I know, but so right here we can't go on anything but belief. So we can say, okay, we believe that this economist counted these things this way. All we can go on is the way things actually are. You can talk about unemployment numbers, but those are really arbitrary. They don't really mean anything.
No, they're not arbitrary.
You can count anything.
They do mean something. That is probably one of the dumbest things you've ever said. Okay, you can't tell me that a macro. Stop talking. You can't tell me a macro indicator like unemployment is not something that's even relevant to look at. That is one of the most relevant characteristics to look at in the broader economy if you're an economist. You understand that's one of the biggest indicators they look at, right?
You can decide to count Uber as a job, but you could have not counted it as a job in 2020. Therefore, the employment numbers would change.
It depends on the standard of unemployment that you're using.
Correct. So so what you're saying is that the standards change over time, Parker. Biggest indicator.
Only if we had different types of standards. The standards are not changing. They're using the same method for unemployment as they were using then.
The biggest indicator for what would be for the standards of living would be inflation, which we are experiencing right now at an extremely high rate.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it was caused by Biden specifically. This would have happened regardless of the scenario, right? As it is the case that this is due to
Okay,
global
you can
economic
say it
trends and
would
the
have
Fed's
happened,
response
but
to
it,
COVID.
you can say it would have happened just like the botch withdrawal, but it didn't happen until Biden was president.
What you're not understanding is that, again, you'd have to give me good reason to believe that it was caused by Biden, right? You give me literally no reason at all. You're not understanding at all, like, what are the causes of inflationary patterns or inflationary pressures?
One of the big causes of the inflation was the fact that one, China is not shipping over as much oil over here as they were shipping over. Two, we had to go into our own strategic oil reserves to help our neighbors out. So we're getting less oil from China. We're taking the strategic oil that we had for our American citizens and shipping that out of the country. Once oil goes up, everything goes up. Food, everything
Yeah,
that comes from a truck, a plane, a boat, oil drives that price up. These crises that we are seeing now on a global level, where China is trying to starve us of oil, where we're sending our oil out of this country, that's
Wait,
what's
how is
causing
China
this.
starving us of oil?
They're just not shipping it.
China's
So
not shipping it? What are you talking about? We don't get most of our oil from China.
So there's an additive that goes in diesel fuel, and the main producer of this additive is China. And China stopped sending.
Okay,
that
so there's an
additive.
additive that goes into diesel fuel. That's not oil.
Okay, China definitely. So I would say this: China can't starve us of oil, but they are, because we're choosing to depend on their oil. Not
No,
just
no,
China.
no, no, no. No, the major producers for oil globally are going to be like OPEC, right? Jewel,
Yeah,
thank you so much for the
it's
subscription. I
gonna be-
appreciate it. Right, and they distributors for oil. I mean, so like they limited how much oil they're distributing worldwide. That would have happened under a Trump or Biden administration. That's not even specific to the country at all. Like that would have happened regardless. Also, the Russia-Ukraine situation would have happened regardless. So Russian oil and OPEC would have impacted global oil prices insofar as that we would see particular oil prices that we see today under the context of a Trump administration. You making the claim that hold up, let me please
Have we
finish.
kept the peace
Can I please
accords?
finish, or I'll mute you if you don't let me finish?
I don't care if you mute me, Parker.
All right. I'll mute you then, right? What the hell's wrong with you? So under a Trump administration, this would have likely happened as well, as it is the case that specifically, right, you have no way of changing that regardless of whether or not there's Trump or Biden in office, right? Russia, Ukraine, again, not specific to Trump or Biden, that related to other types of issues, right? And then when it relates to OPEC, not specific to Trump or Biden, right? Both of those, outside or independent of this, right, has no reason to indicate here that it would be specific to Trump, or I mean to Biden.
So would you say that inflation is transitory, or is this something that's here to stay?
So I mean, it's not going to be something forever now.
No. What do you think would change it? Because
The monetary response from the Fed.
How can the Fed change it? By printing more money?
Well, printing money would make inflation go worse. And they don't print money. They just like will add numbers to like in a computer. That's really all it is today. And the Fed specifically, no, they're raising rates. Raising rates decreases aggregate demand. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to lower the demand in the economy, essentially.
Okay. So how do you think?
And that's
the
why we
Fed-
see unemployment going up a little bit. They're trying to cause unemployment to go up.
So how do you think that the Fed can fix this? What's causing?
That's what they
the
have to do.
inflation?
They have to cause unemployment to go up.
Okay.
Like the Fed already fucked up. They already caused an overcorrection in the market. They already caused inflationary pressures. They didn't hold to their dual mandate of price stability, and that is exactly why they have to do this now. So realistically speaking, the Fed fucked up. Like this, I think that this is the Fed's issue. I do think it. That's my position.
But you don't think it has anything to do with the people who are running the country?
What do you mean? Yeah, so sure, there's some issue when it relates to like the Congress and the fiscal spending and stuff like that, right? But it's also going to be the Fed, right? The Fed did not have a good response. Like, given what the fiscal side, Fed should not have done what they did. They dumped a lot of liquidity in the market in that time, and they really didn't need to. They just needed to prop up people so that they can be secure enough to go back to work later on. Noel, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Let me think of another question that I got for you.
Yeah.
Have you heard about
Good.
the tax credit? That's what I was looking for. There was a tax credit supposedly where people with good credit would be taxed higher to help out people with lower credit. I guess it's a part of this big what do you call it?
Where'd you see that?
Thing.
Lola, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Because I don't think that makes any sense. Like
if you have good credit scores and you're looking to buy a home, you may be required to pay more more than other home buyers who have bad credit, thanks to the new rule from the Biden administration. Starting May 1st, a new federal rule will force home buyers with good credit scores to pay higher mortgage rates and fees to subsidize those with risk of credit rates who are also buying houses. So basically what it's saying is if you have good credit, you're going to have to pay a little bit more to help subsidize people who make poor decisions and have bad credit.
yeah, I would have to read into that. I don't really know the effects of that.
Well, it's not just the effects of that. It's the effects of this equity thing that the Democrats are pushing out so much right now.
I'd have to see what it's relating to, because that doesn't seem to be like good for equity. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like, because like when it's relating to credit and ability to pay off things, it's important to have good indicators within the context of these scenarios to know whether or not like one particular loan structure is going to be riskier or less risky. So it's good to have information like that in the context of a market to know whether or not like there should be a loan given to a particular individual, right? Or how much loan should be given. But like, I think that there should be some sort of federal basis for like making sure that people have access to getting loans for like low interest loans and whatnot for like, what's it called? For like houses and basic necessities and stuff like that.
So would you agree that this is something dumb that the Democrats are doing in support of equity? In support
I'd
of
have to read more. I have to read more to know.
I can read it for you. It's right here, but that's just something that I don't think would happen under Trump, and that's why I support Trump.
So there's one thing.
No, everything. The botched withdrawal, the border crisis that we have. I mean, have you seen what's going on at the southern border? All the kids being raped. You were talking about graping earlier. Do you support all the graping happening at the border right now?
I'm confused. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I? Dude, can you like please? That you know how disingenuous it is for you to ask that question.
You asked it to another. You just asked this question to somebody else, dude. So now I'm disingenuous. Come on, Barker.
What did I ask? What did I ask?
Would she support Trump if he was a graper?
Yeah, because he literally, again, that was related to the idea that she specifically said that she would support Trump no matter what. That was related to what she said. How is this related to anything I said? I didn't bring up a standard like that. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Like, clearly, I wouldn't be in support of that.
So do you support this open border policy?
I don't support open borders. Neither do Democrats.
Well, you asked me, was that another another reason for me to support Trump is what's happening at our southern border right now.
Yeah, like what specifically about the border?
All the thousands.
Like you have to indicate to me like what's different.
The undocumented people who are coming over, the indications that people on terrorist watch lists have been called at our border.
The apprehended, isn't that a good thing?
Well, you think
so? There's more apprehensions now. Can you give me evidence that there are more people coming through?
You want evidence that there's more people coming through the border now than when Trump was president? Proportionally
to the overall population, not in terms of nominal number, but in terms of proportions. Yeah. If you can give me any evidence of that, I would love to see it.
I mean, I don't know how I can give you more evidence. There's caravans of people coming across our border.
Wait, Noel, where are people supporting open borders? That's probably like a very fringe aspect. Not most Democrats, not a lot even.
It was the whole policy. It was one of the biggest things that you guys attacked Trump for was his desire to build a border wall.
That's not so. Being against a border wall doesn't mean you're open borders. Like, what the fuck are you saying?
I'm not saying that it means you're open borders, but what I'm saying is
we were questioning whether or not there was open borders, like whether or not
there
people
is
support those.
there is open borders. People are just walking right across. You're saying that there's more apprehensions. Of course, there's more apprehensions because there's more people coming across. You think that when cocaine comes across the border and they catch some of it, that means they caught it all? No, they may catch a tenth. So if they're catching terrorists, maybe they're catching a tenth.
So, what percent of people who come across the border carrying drugs are American citizens?
I don't know. I don't carry drugs.
It's like I'm pretty sure it's like 90% of the apprehensions at the border.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure 90% of these terrorists were not Americans that they caught.
90% of these were wait. So wait, what?
Well, you brought the point to Americans, but we were just talking
Appreciate the
about
description. Thank you so much.
all of the undocumented people who are pouring across our border, where the governor of Texas has to put them on boats and drop them off at Martha's Vineyard just for the Democrats to take a look. That's what we're
So
talking
those are
about.
legal. Those are legal migrants. One, two. Also, I agree that the ways in which people are bringing people into the country right now are not conducive towards the best economic development for the people coming to the country and for the people currently in the country. But that's an issue with our current immigration policies and the fact that we don't deal with that as a nation, regardless of whether or not there's a Republican. Please let me finish. Regardless of whether or not there's a Republican or Democrat in office, I don't think that there were actually like any good standards to be able to deal with this on either side. Right, but it is the case that I do think that Republicans are necessarily making it worse when it relates to these circumstances, because there's like almost no Republicans advocating for like making the process significantly faster and getting rid of the drug war, which are things that necessarily promote the cartels, right, power over those regions.
I understand what you're saying about Bill Clinton's drug war, but we have never seen a border crisis.
I don't know why you
like
said
we're
Bill
having.
Clinton, but it wasn't it Nixon?
I don't know. I know Bill Clinton was the one who was tough on drugs and all of that.
That was at a separate point. The drug war started with like Nixon.
Okay.
All right, was it before Nixon? I swear I thought it was Nixon.
No, Clinton had a war on drugs.
Was it Reagan? Or Nixon popularized it? I must be learning that way.
It was okay.
Did it say Nixon?
No, I'm looking at the first thing that popped up was in 1994.
It says Nixon declared drug abuse to be a public enemy. Yeah.
Okay. But
y'all, it says Nixon if you look it up. War on drugs began in June 1971 when President Nixon declared drug abuse to be a public enemy #1. So this is prior. Nixon, y'all chat. Nixon is prior to Reagan. So Reagan made it worse, but it started with Nixon.
Gotcha. But back to the border. Do you think that things would be this bad if Trump was still president down there at that border?
Would things be this bad if Trump was president? Probably.
Yeah. You think
Probably
so?
pretty similar. Yeah, if not different. Like, yeah, I would probably think it's pretty similar. Like, it's just like people try to make it seem like it's worse off because there's Democrats in office. This is just a common thing done by Republicans.
Okay. I don't think it would be because of Trump's policies with the border, his tough on crime and his border policies. It definitely would not have been this bad if Trump was still president.
Yeah, so can you give me a reason to believe that? Like, what policies particularly?
Well, I think the fact that he wasn't going to give stimulus checks to immigrants, that undocumented immigrants, that I think that helped out a lot of people. That made a lot of people want to come to this country.
What? You think wait, so when did we give stimulus checks to undocumented immigrants?
During COVID.
Can you show me where?
Let me type it up. Okay, this is in USA Today. Undocumented migrants see light and hope of Biden relief plan, which gives aid to their U.S.-born children. So this was to help the dreamers who were coming over here. When they come over here, they could pop a baby out, and they would
Dreamers are not undocumented. Dreamers are legal.
They would get $2,000 per child that they had in this country.
Dreamers are legal citizens.
I know what a dreamer is. What I'm saying is it gave them incentive.
They've literally been born in the U.S. You know that, right? Born on U.S. soil.
I understand.
Do you think
that.
someone who is born on U.S. soil, how are they any different from me? Can you please explain that to me?
I'm not saying they're any different. I don't think.
So then why don't they deserve it if I deserve it?
I mean, my ancestors weren't from this country. They were from Africa.
But
So I'm not saying
you
that-
were born here, right?
Yeah.
So what makes you any less of an American citizen than me? What makes them any less of an American citizen than me?
I'm not saying it makes anybody any less of an American citizen.
We're all the same, right? We're all American citizens.
The Americans should own an AR-15 inside their house. I think it's
Dude, that's actually so delulu, bro. Every American.
yeah. I think every American.
So newborns.
When they're big enough to hold it, I don't think that newborns should have spatulas. dude.
Okay, so a 5-year-old should own an AR-15.
If he can control it, I think that it should be supervised.
Dude, what? You're
and locked
psycho,
up.
bro. Okay,
But I don't-
someone who's been to the mental hospital, right? They should own an AR-15.
No, I don't think that someone should. I think
Someone who's been convicted for domestic violence, they should own an AR-15.
so. Let me say, every sane, sober, moral, and prudent American should own an AR-15.
No, dude, I don't even think that should be true. Like, for example, someone who's uneducated on it, someone who doesn't even know how guns work, should they own an AR-15?
I think the Israelis probably wish they had AR-15s when those paratroopers jumped from the sky.
Okay, I think it's ridiculous for you to assume that that's going to happen in the United States.
I think pretty much where
I appreciate
live
the
at-
subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate Led Phoenix. Thank you.
in the part of the country where I live at, almost every house I know has an AR-15 in it.
What? That's wild.
And our crime rate is very, very low.
I don't
And
think the
and
AR-15 makes. Can you give me any evidence that people owning AR-15s reduces the crime rate?
Well, I'm just looking at the crime rate in the community I live in now versus the community I lived in before I went to prison. And
Yeah, so we can look
it-
at we can look at European countries and like Australia, and we can see that they have significantly lower rates of like violence associated with like guns, right? And they have lower rates of guns existing. They also have lower rates of like those types of like crimes. So
Well, what I'm telling you is nobody in my neighborhood is committing crimes with AR-15s. Nobody.
yeah, but like I mean, I just don't think that there's good reason to believe that like everyone should have an AR-15 if you want. Like I mean, I think there are good reasons to if it is the case that AR-15s lead to a greater level of harm aggregately, I'd be for banning them. So like it just depends
But
on
they
the
don't.
studies.
They don't leave.
Well, I don't think there's conclusive evidence when it relates to that. But like I just don't think that there's a reason to believe that an AR-15 is necessary. That would be my point.
I think it's necessary. I think it's necessary to preserve the life, the liberty, and the freedom that this country has. For when
Why is it necessary to preserve freedom?
So that you can sit here on TikTok and talk about how much you love Joe Biden, and I can sit here and talk
Yeah,
about.
but I
how
don't
much
need an
love-
AR-15 in order to do that.
Well, without the men who carried their equivalent to an AR-15 back in the 1800s, we wouldn't have this right.
You mean the muskets, bro? Get a grip. I mean,
That
we
was
could
the
still be
equivalent.
here. Like human beings could still have like democracy without the American Revolution.
Yes, I'm a felon with the AR-15. Somebody just asked that in the chat. Yes, that's true.
You're a felon?
Yes, I'm a convicted felon. I went to jail for aggravated robbery.
Oh, do you think that people who have gone to jail and got a felony, do you think that they should be able to have access to getting an AR-15?
I do. I bought
Because
mine
that's
at the
literally
gun-
illegal.
I bought mine
Isn't
at the
it?
gun store. I got a concealed carry permit. I bought all my
What
guns.
state?
legally. Ohio. Buckeye State.
Let me look it up.
You can look up
Is it?
Ohio, Virginia, I think South Carolina allows it, Texas allows it. All the good states with good Republican leaderships, they don't look at us as if we're degenerates that can't get their lives back together.
So, if you look this up, it says in Ohio, it is legal to possess firearms without running the risk of being detained for doing so, but convicted felons are not granted this privilege.
We're not granted the privilege. I went to courts and got my rights restored.
How'd you get your rights restored?
I looked up the law. I did my own work. I represented myself in court, and I fought in front of a judge, and I got my gun rights restored. And I legally bought all my guns from gun stores. Nope, not expunged. My record is not expunged. I'm still a felon.
I'd have to continue to look through that. That's definitely
Yeah, follow my YouTube channel if you want to. I just went to the gun range,
questionable when it relates to that.
post a video.
But yeah, is there anything else you'd like to refer to or talk about here?
No, I just think every American should own a AR-15, be good at using weapons, be able to protect their home, their family, their wife, and I think everybody should be prepared to guard their freedom.
All right, is there anything else you want to say real quick?
Nope, Trump 2024. That's it.
All right, let's go to the next person. Not to the next person. We're going to get off here for today, actually, everyone. We're going to be getting off right now. I do appreciate everyone who did come on today. I love y'all so much. Hopefully everyone has a great night, everyone. I love y'all so much. I should be on tomorrow. Tomorrow around 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time is when I should be live, everyone. Around 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m., maybe latest, or something like that. So if you do want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. I am going to be getting off right now. Again, I appreciate everyone who did come on tonight, everyone. Hopefully everyone had a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all so much. I love everyone so much. Is there someone I can raid real quick? Should we raid, do y'all want me to raid Dean or do y'all want me to raid Tommy, my dude? I think both of them are live. Yo, Michelle, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. A lot of people are saying Tommy. Should we do Tommy because we've helped out Dean so many times? I think we should do Tommy this time and get Tommy back. All right, everyone, look up my_dude, spam Parker raid, spam Muffin Parker. He's talking about Trump as well, so this is probably better to send everyone to my dude. Everyone go to my dude, spam Parker raid, spam Muffin Parker, my_dude, MY_DOODE, spam Parker raid, spam Muffin Parker. Love everyone so much. Have a great night, everyone, and peace out, y'all. Love y'all so much.